like sparks in the dark of the city's cold veins. Graffiti trains speak, they whisper old names. Concrete jungle where the cipher stays alive. No suits, no ties, just the truth in the vibe. Boom bap snap where the heart beats at. Kick drum thump with the vinyl crack. Boom bap snap and it keeps coming back. This is where the real ones at. Street light halos and corner store tales. Dreams get heavy like the rusted rails. Spit for the broke, the lost, the unseen. Paint pictures vivid on a beat machine. Boom, it echoes, bap it claps. Life is rhythm, filling gaps. Loop it raw, don't polish facts. This is boom bap snap back. Boom bap snap where the heart beats at. Kick drum thump with the vinyl crack. Boom bap snap and it keeps coming back. This is where the real ones at.
Dedicated to Shirley Sailor. Chapter 1. Joe Green, better known to his friends and acquaintances as JoJo, poured the rest of the heroin out of a small piece of tinfoil into the Wild Irish Rose wine bottle top that had been converted into what drug users call a cooker. His common-law wife, Tina, watched him closely.
Damn, JoJo. I sure hate the thought of that being the last dope in the house. The last time your slow connect said he would be here in an hour, it was the next day before the motherfucker showed up.
Shrugging his thin shoulders philosophically, JoJo didn't even glance up at his woman as he replied, "That's one of the few bad points you run into when your connection doesn't use. They don't understand that a drug addict has to have that shit at certain times. It ain't like a drunk. When Joe Chick says it's time to fix, it's time to fix, with no shit about it."
JoJo, you don't think the bastard would do us like he did last time, do you?
She asked, her voice changing to a whining, pleading note. "Damn it!" JoJo yelled as he patted his pockets. "I ain't got no motherfucking matches." He glanced around wildly, his eyes searching in vain for a book of matches on one of the trash-covered end tables. The house they lived in was a 4-room flat. You could enter by either door and stare all the way through the house. The back door led right into the kitchen, which went straight into the dining room, or bedroom, whichever you want to call it. The bed came out of the wall, Murphy bed style, and could be put up into the wall after use, but never was in this particular house. After the dining room came the front room. Here, there had been some sort of effort to gain a partial amount of privacy with a long, filthy bedspread that had been tacked up and stretched across the room, separating them. Actually, there were 2 different bedspreads, each nailed to the ceiling. When a person went between the rooms, he parted them in the middle and stepped through, using them the same way you would a sliding door.
"Here, honey,"
Tina said, holding out a book of matches she had extracted from her purse. As JoJo leaned over to get the matches, his eyes fell on the roll of money in her purse. "Damn, but that seems like a lot of money," he stated, nodding at her open purse.
"Yeah, I know what you mean. It's all those $1 bills we took in. Shh, JoJo, we must have taken in over $200 in singles alone."
She smiled suddenly, and the smile made the light-complexioned woman look much younger than her 25 years. When she smiled, the hard lines around her mouth disappeared. Tall, thin, and gaunt to the extent that she appeared to be undernourished, she still retained a small amount of attractiveness. On the other hand, when JoJo opened his mouth, it took something from him. His teeth were rotten, typical of the person who had used hard narcotics for 10 years or better. It was catching up with him. He was as slim as his woman, maybe even slimmer. Nah, baby, I don't think we'll have the delay we had the last time. Remember on the last cop, we were short on the man's money, so I think he did it more or less to teach us a lesson. As he talked, JoJo tore 4 matches from the book and struck them. He held the burning matches under the cooker until the matches almost burned his fingers. Then he shook the matches out before casually dropping them on the floor.
Ish! If you had to do the cleaning up, JoJo, you wouldn't be so quick to throw everything you finished with on the damn floor.
JoJo laughed sharply as he set the hot cooker down on the edge of the coffee table in front of him. His reddish-brown eyes surveyed the cluttered floor. There was such an accumulation of trash that it appeared as if no one had bothered to sweep up in over a month, maybe 2. The short, brown-skinned man grinned up at his woman. It don't look as if you've been killing yourself cleaning up.
Ish!
She snorted again.
If it wasn't for them nasty friends of yours, this place would be clean.
I'll sweep up for you, Mama.
A young voice called out from the dining room bedroom. Before either of the grown-ups could say no, the 6-year-old child appeared, pulling a broom along that was taller than she was. Little Tina was a smaller model of her mother, light-complexioned, with dimples in each cheek. She smiled brightly at her mother and stepfather as she tried to make herself helpful. The appearance of the child didn't stop JoJo in his preparation of the drugs. He removed a stocking from a small brown paper bag, then an eyedropper that had 2 needles stuck in the bulb part of the dropper. JoJo removed both the needles, then inserted one of them on the end of the dropper.
Let me get enough to draw up, JoJo,
Tina begged before he had even drawn up a drop. He smiled up at her encouragingly. Don't worry, honey. Don't I always look out for my baby?
You can get right funky, JoJo, when the last of the junk is in sight. You're real cool when there's a whole lot of the job, but you get doggish as a motherfucker when it ain't but a little left.
Unknown to the couple, little Tina had moved closer to the table, swinging the broom back and forth vigorously. Tina opened up the paper bag and removed another dropper from it.
Is that other spike any good?
She asked anxiously. How the f*** would I know? He cursed sharply as he attempted to open the needle on his dropper. This motherfucker of mine is stopped up.
No wonder,
Tina said as she attempted to draw up some water from the dirty glass that JoJo was using.
Your glass has got so much filth in it, it's a wonder you ain't ruined the dope in the cooker.
She glanced over his shoulder at the cooker.
You used that water in the glass, didn't you?
JoJo shrugged. It don't make no difference once I put the fire under it. It killed any germs that might have been in the water.
Yeah,
She answered worriedly.
you may have killed the so-called germs, but what about all that trash we gotta draw up?
In exasperation, JoJo cursed. I don't know what the f*** you want me to do about it. It's done. Ain't nothing else I can f***ing do. If you're really that motherfucking worried over it, Tina, then take your motherfucking ass out to the kitchen and get some more clean motherfucking water. She exclaimed under her stock phrase.
By the time I get back, you'll be done drawing up all the dope and shot it, and you fucking know it.
Damn, woman, you don't trust nobody, do you?
Daddy, I'll go get you some water.
Little Tina said as she rushed over to the table in an attempt to be helpful. The tall broom she carried was too much for her to control completely. As she neared the table, dragging the broom, the handle swung down in an arc. Too late. JoJo threw his hand up as if to ward off a blow. The handle came down and struck the cooker, sending it spinning off the end of the table. The drug in the bottom of it spilled out as the top fell off the end of the table onto the dirty throw rug. Instantly, the rug absorbed the drug so that it was impossible for the 2 addicts to save any of it. Tina dropped down on her knees beside the table. She picked up the overturned cooker.
It wasn't any cotton in the cooker!
She stated in a hurt voice. She turned it around and around as if she couldn't believe it had happened. Suddenly, she started to paw at the rug, rubbing it as she searched for some of the liquid that had escaped.
Not a f***ing drop left!
She managed to say.
The damn rug is a f***ing sponge!
The little girl backed away from the table. Her mouth was open as she pleaded.
I didn't mean it. I'm so sorry.
Tears ran down both her cheeks. Instantly, JoJo exploded as the sound of her voice brought him out of his trance. He snatched the broom from the child's hand and began beating her about the head with it. With one vicious blow, he broke the broom in half across the child's head. The little girl attempted to cover up, but it didn't do any good. JoJo snatched her hands down from in front of her face and began to beat her in the face with his fists. He rained blow after blow on the child's exposed face until blood ran from her nose and her mouth. When little Tina fell down at his feet, JoJo drew his foot back and began to kick her viciously in the face and in her side. "You little..." he screamed in rage. "Damn you! I told you to stay the out of the way when I'm making up!" He grew more angry as he cursed, and instead of the sight of the bleeding child at his feet drawing pity, it only aroused his anger. Suddenly, he reached down and snatched the child to her feet. Her feeble cry of pain only enraged him. "You bitch!" he swore over and over. "I'm going to fix your little meddling ass once and for all!" In pure terror, the girl managed to break away. She ran back towards the bedroom and attempted to hide under the bed. JoJo followed closely behind her. He drew his heavy leather belt from off his pants and, grabbing the child's leg, he pulled her from under the bed. Her screams rang out clear and loud as the belt began to fall, slowly at first, then faster. She squirmed and tried to crawl away from the pain that exploded all over her body. Sometimes the fire would explode on her back, then around her tender legs. But what hurt her the most was when it wrapped around her and the metal part of the belt would dig into her stomach and hips.
JoJo! JoJo! What the are you trying to do?
Tina screamed, holding the dividing curtains apart.
If you kill that child, it ain't gonna bring the dope back!
It took a moment for her words to penetrate the blind rage that engulfed him. For a few seconds, he couldn't see or think right. But as his senses returned and he saw the bloody child lying on the floor, oozing blood, his anger fled and fear shot through him. Why was she lying so still? Little Tina, get up from there and go in the toilet and wash up, he ordered harshly. He waited impatiently for the child to jump up and obey his order. Get up! He screamed, his voice breaking slightly. He took his foot and kicked her. I said get up!
Don't kick my child!
The mother yelled as she came closer.
I done warned you about whipping her so hard, JoJo! If we have to take her to the hospital, I ain't taking no blame for all those marks on her!
We ain't going to no damn hospital, JoJo stated coldly. All this has got to do is get up and go in the bathroom and wash up. Get up, little Tina, get up. Don't worry, baby, I ain't mad at you no more. Please get up. I'll get some more stuff later on, don't worry about it. He yelled down at her before kneeling beside her. He put his arms under the frail child's neck and legs, lifted her slowly, and then placed her gently on the bed. He didn't know that it was too late for gentleness now.
She looks like she's turning blue!
Tina screamed out. She frantically clutched at the child.
What's wrong with her? Why is she laying so still? Tina? Tina, stop playing games, Tina! Wake up, little girl!
The mother's fear quickly transferred to the waiting man. Jojo could feel the knot of fear growing in the pit of his stomach. The child couldn't be dead, that he was sure of. He hadn't hit her that hard. He ain't hit her hard enough for that. No way, he told himself in an attempt to quiet his jumping nerves.
Oh, Jojo, you got to do something! Man, what's wrong with my little girl? Please, Jojo, do something for her!
If there had been anything he could have done, Jojo would have done it. But he didn't know what to do. All he could do was stare down at the unconscious form, and somewhere in the back of his mind, he realized what he was too frightened to face. The child was dead. He knew it, yet wouldn't face up to the fact. Little Tina had received her last beating. There would be no more sleepless nights for the child because she was too hungry to sleep. No more lying awake, hoping her mother would come out of her nod long enough to get up and cook something. There would be no more fears of uncontrolled beatings that came from nothing. Yes, little Tina was beyond that now. Beyond a mother's love that sometimes seemed more like hate. Chapter 2. The two men sat in the car in front of the shabby frame house. The outside paint job on the house was a battleship gray that looked as if it had seen one battle too many. In many places, the paint was peeling, while in others, the boards were coming loose. "Jackie, do you really think this has got some money?" the man on the passenger side of the car asked. "He's got to have some kind of cash, Billy," the tall, hawk-faced man driving stated clearly. "Just use common sense, Billy Good," he continued, using the man's full name. It was a habit he had adopted from prison, where most men were called by their last names. The two men had met in prison 10 years ago, and since then they had become rat partners, having been busted before on an armed robbery charge. Each man had gotten 5 years out of it, but that had only tightened up the relationship between them. Now they felt as if they could completely trust each other, each knowing exactly how the other would react during a sudden interruption on one of their many robberies. "I don't know," Billy began quietly. "I ain't never liked taking off these small jobs, Jackie. Before we go in the joint, we're already up on the fact that we ain't gonna score for no more than a couple hundred. I mean, it would be different if we were dope addicts or something, but don't either one of us have to have the stuff. Yeah, we'll snort a bit every now and then, but that's it. So why should we be fronting ourselves off for a petty stick-up?" "God damn, Billy Good, we went through this shit earlier. You and me both agreed that this would be a safe hit. They ain't gonna call no law in after we leave. Plus, this punk Jojo ain't nothing but... So it's like taking candy from a baby. We just walk in and take it. That's all there is to it." Billy reached over and pushed a cigarette lighter in. "I know, Jackie. Maybe that's what the problem is. I keep remembering that cute little kid they got, you know. The last time we were here, she went out of her way to fix me up a cold glass of water. I know it's a small thing, but the kid reminds me of my little girl in New York." Billy removed the lighter and lit his smoke before continuing. "Yeah, I know, a glass of water ain't about nothing, but Jackie, I know the kid's folks ain't got a thing. And if we take the little bit they got, it's going to be just that less the kid gets." "That's bullshit, man," Jackie stated harshly. "Dig, man, all you have to do is think. Remember how damn raggedy the child's dress was? Okay then, it goes to show that the mother ain't even using the fucking welfare check they probably get every month for the fucking child. So what we take in depriving the child of shit. What's gonna happen is they ain't gonna be able to shoot up as much dope this month as they did last month, that's all." "Uh-huh. I guess you're right about that," Billy said as he finally made up his mind. If they were spending any kind of money on that kid, it would be food, and as puny as she is, I know she underfed. That's right, Jackie answered quickly. If they ain't worried about feeding the kid, you know damn well they ain't worried about what kind of clothes she wears. Billy laughed suddenly as he opened his car door. We make a hell of a set of stick-up men, Jackie, don't we? Here we are, soft as grapes, worried about some damn kid. Jackie saw the humor in it himself. He joined his partner in laughing. He had seen Billy shoot down a woman once without batting an eye, and yet here was the same man worried about taking the food out of a child's mouth. It was a strange world, he reflected, and stranger still were the men and women who lived in it. As the two men started up the sidewalk, it was apparent why the detectives in the holdup department downtown had tagged the crime partners as Mutt and Jeff. Jack stood 6'4" in his socks, while Billy was only 5'6". But what he didn't have in height, Billy made up for in width. He was built like a stocky breeding bull. At first glance, he appeared not to have a neck. Billy was naturally a husky person, but lifting weights in prison had added to his frame. The huge muscles under his clothes seemed to roll around as he walked. Jackie was just the opposite. He was lean to the point of being almost gaunt. He had the appearance of a drug addict, even though he was not one yet. But the love of snorting heroin was leading him down the path of drug addiction. In time, if he continued to use drugs at the rate he was doing, he would become an addict. When they reached the front door, both men hesitated before knocking. Each man checked the pistol in his waist, making sure the gun didn't protrude. Well, baby boy, this is it, Jackie stated calmly as he raised his fist and knocked. When there was no sound from inside, he knocked louder. The sudden commotion at the front door startled the two frightened people inside. Tina jumped as though she was being shot at. Suddenly a thought flashed through her mind, and before JoJo could say anything, she fled to the door and jerked it open. The two men outside the door jumped back surprised. For a second, they thought they had been unlucky enough to walk up on the bus, but at second glance, they could see the wild-eyed Tina standing there.
Please come in, please. I want you to help me wake up my baby. She fell and hit her head,
Tina stated as she held the door wide open. Billy was the first one through the door. For some reason, the mention of the child put a cold finger of fear around his heart. As he walked through the front room, he stepped over the broken broom and noticed the blood spots on the floor. As soon as he entered the bedroom, a feeling of horror washed over him. Nobody had bothered to wash up the child. Her young body was covered with marks from her ordeal. Blood was all over her face and neck, but what really shook Billy was the expression of the terror on the child's face. The thought flashed through his mind instantly that this child was beaten to death. Even before he reached the edge of the bed and felt her thin hand, he knew she was dead. When Jackie reached the bed, he glanced over at his partner and was surprised to see Billy standing there crying. Tears ran freely down the husky man's cheeks as he held the child's hand helplessly. She's dead, Billy stated, as if he couldn't believe it. The kid's dead, Jack. Jackie had seen death before, but this was the first time he had ever seen a person who had been beaten to death. Yeah, she's gone, Billy, Jackie stated, then added, but she sure didn't die from falling and hitting her head on something. That's for damn sure, man. Yeah, she did, JoJo answered quickly. She was running and fell up against the edge of the bed and then cracked her head. The lie was obvious. There was no reason for the two men to even begin to believe it, but Billy still glanced over to where JoJo said the child had fallen. Instead of seeing what JoJo had wanted him to see, he saw the large leather belt. That's what the motherfucker used to beat the child with, Billy said. He pointed the belt out with his finger. Yeah, Jackie replied. He used that and the broken broom in the next room. When his words didn't seem to reach Billy, Jackie whirled on his heel and went back into the front room and picked up the broken broom. He carried it in front of him as if it were a snake, tossing it at the feet of Billy. That's one of the things the motherfucker used. No telling what else he beat her with. Tina yelled.
I thought you guys would help my child, not stand up there and play police. She needs help.
As Billy stared at the broken broom, the transformation came over him slowly. The tears on his cheeks dried up, and his features became rock hard. His pale grayish eyes began to glitter dangerously.
If it's money you want, I got some money.
Tina screamed at the men as she snatched open her purse and grabbed at the money there.
Here, I'll pay you. Just help me get my daughter to the hospital, that's all. The doctors can do something for her.
Had the men known more about insanity, they would have realized that the shock of her child dying had been too much for the mother. Her mind wouldn't accept the fact that the child was dead. Put that goddamn money up, JoJo ordered harshly. If they'll take us to the hospital, I'll pay them for it. Before JoJo's outstretched hand could reach the money in Tina's hand, Billy had struck. He whirled around and swung a left hook to JoJo's midsection. The punch folded JoJo up, but Billy didn't stop there. He raised his knee and kicked the man in the face. As JoJo fell back, Billy followed him, raining punches into the man's face until JoJo was almost out on his feet. While this was going on, Jackie didn't waste any time. He took the pocketbook from the woman and shook the contents out onto the bed. He slowly picked up the money and stuffed it into his pockets while he watched his partner beat JoJo damn near to death. Suddenly, Billy stopped punching the bloody man in front of him. He reached inside his suit coat, removed his pistol, and slowly raised the gun up until it was pointed right at JoJo's face. "Man," JoJo managed to say, "what gives with you guys? Just take the money if you want it that bad, but don't hurt us, man. God, you done hurt me enough already for nothing." "For nothing?" Billy mumbled. Then he raised the gun up again and pulled the trigger. The shot tore half of JoJo's face off. Billy pulled the trigger again, blowing the left eye out of the mutilated face. The sound of the gunshots hadn't died down before Tina was rushing over and throwing herself down beside her man.
"Oh, God!"
she screamed loudly.
"You done went and killed my man!"
She raised her finger and pointed at Billy.
"I won't forget you, you bastard, you!"
she screamed over and over. Without a trace of emotion, Billy raised a pistol and shot her in the head. As she fell over beside the dead man, he leaned down and shot her again. Jackie glanced at the front door nervously. "Okay, baby, it's over with. Let's get the f*** out of here." Without warning to see if his words had reached home, Jackie started towards the door. He didn't bother to glance back. When they got to the front door, Jackie glanced up and down the street to see if the gunshots had drawn any attention. But the street was empty, and the men slipped out of the quiet house. Chapter 3. Parked outside the dirty frame house were enough police cars to supply a small city with a complete police force. From unmarked cars to the quite visible black and white squad cars, the street was full of them, parked on both sides. To the passerby, it looked like a riot or something else as dangerous was about to happen, or has happened. Police were everywhere asking questions of the people who gathered curiously in front of the small house. As each minute passed, more people arrived. It was as if someone was passing out free meal tickets or passes to the next World Series. Detective Benson stepped out on the sidewalk and took in a deep breath. It was as though it was the first time he had been able to breathe fresh air since arriving and entering the house. He glanced back over his shoulder to see if his partner was coming. While he waited, 2 stretcher-bearing hospital attendants came out of the house carrying a sheet-covered corpse. The crowd of people milling around in front of the house got what they had come for. They fell silent as they watched the man carry the body and place it in the waiting ambulance. They had waited patiently to see death, to smell it, and then thank their lucky stars that it wasn't them on the stretcher. Benson stared out at the sea of black faces watching him. They were curious about him, another black man. Yet, this one was on the other side of the line. There he stood, behind the police line, where only the so-called important people should be. Benson removed a cigarette and lit it slowly. One person in the crowd stared hard at the features of the black policeman. He took in the short natural hairstyle with its accumulation of stray gray hair scattered about. The next thing the watcher noticed was the chilling black eyes that didn't seem to be searching for anything in particular, but from strict custom were watching the crowd as if it were an enemy. The large nose gave credence to the rumor that there was Indian blood in the man. His lips were the lips of a black man covered with a heavy black mustache, and when he smiled, which was seldom, he revealed a large gap between his teeth that had been with him since a childhood accident. His shoulders were wide, tapering off to a narrow waistline, yet at sight of the man, a person would think of strength. It wasn't because of his size, because he only stood 6'1", but because of the way he carried himself, he gave the impression of a coiled snake about to strike. From the burning intensity inside of him, he radiated strength and danger. Once again, Benson glanced over his shoulder to see what could be holding up his partner. He turned on his heel and started back towards the house. On the spur of the moment, his feet obeyed a flashing thought, and he went around the side of the house. He examined the ground as he walked, looking for anything that might turn out to be a lead. At the rear of the house, he stepped over an overturned garbage can and glanced in the window. There was so much dirt on the windowsill that he knew at once that nobody had used this particular window in some time. "By God, hold it right there!" The harsh southern voice filled Benson with a cold, murderous rage. Before he turned around and faced the man with the harsh voice, Benson fought to control his temper. He knew that if he turned around at once, he will end up by taking the loudmouth officer apart. "Put your hands up on that fucking wall!" the officer ordered loudly. "What's wrong, boy? You hard of hearing, son?" the policeman continued as Benson refused to follow his demand. No matter what you did or what you became, the thought flashed through Benson's mind, you'd always be a to some of these hillbilly bastards. The word didn't disturb him, but the tone of voice the speaker used did. Even though he hadn't done anything, this bastard was ready to kill him. Benson didn't fool himself by taking any chances because he knew the officer standing behind him would do just that if he was given any kind of a reason. That white son of a bitch would take his life for no other reason except for the fact that Benson was black. "I ain't gonna waste my time telling you again to raise your arms and stretch out against that motherfucking well," the policeman stated coldly. For the first time since the officer had come up behind him, Benson started to speak. "Listen, Mac," he began. "I'm a detective with the 1st Precinct. My badge is inside my coat pocket along with my gun, so don't get carried away." He almost smiled in the dark, glad that he had been able to control his voice. The boiling, raging anger inside of him was mounting to an unbearable pitch. His anger and frustration like a deep river that was slowly rising. He knew he had to prevent it at all costs. He could not gratify his desire by taking it out on the ignorant bastard behind him. The sudden feel of the cold blue steel pressed against his back blew his mind. In another second, he would have exploded into action, but the sound of a new voice arrested it. "Well, what have we got here?" At the sound of the voice, Benson turned around and faced the 2 officers. The 1st policeman, standing directly behind him, started to get red in the face. "By God, I thought I told you to put your hands up against the wall, he snarled angrily. Benson didn't bother to glance at the new arrival. I don't know what they teach you new rookies, you dumb son of a bitch, but I've told you once that I'm a motherfucking officer, a fucking detective at that. He glared at the man, his anger obvious to both of the uniformed men. Now, boy, as he dragged the word out, I'm gonna take your fucking badge number and see to it that your fucking ass is lit up for the shit you tried to pull on me back here. The red-faced officer was out of his depth. There was no doubt in his mind now that the black man in front of him was who he said he was. He wished silently that he had pulled the trigger when he had the opportunity. Then it would have been just an accident. Friendly fire, perhaps. But now he didn't know where he stood. He glanced over at the other officer. It was his partner, true enough, but he didn't know how far his partner would go. He glanced out at the pistol still in his hand. All he had to do would be to pull the trigger. As if he had read the policeman's mind, Benson pushed the gun away. I don't like having guns pointed at me. He pulled out his wallet and flipped open the leather, revealing his badge. You, he pointed at the new arrival. I want this man written up, you hear me? With a nod of his head, he ordered the two men towards the front of the house. What's your name? Benson asked of the second policeman. Kelly, sir, the young boyish-looking officer replied quickly. Kelly silently thanked his lucky stars that he hadn't been in the rear with his partner. He didn't have to be there to realize what had happened. He had warned Jim, his partner, that his race hatred would get him in trouble. Nowadays, you couldn't tell what a black man might be, so you didn't treat them all as if they were dirt. But he couldn't get it through Jim's thick head, so he'd have to learn the hard way that those days of abusing every black person you see were over. As they approached the front of the house, a tall, blonde-haired detective came towards them. There you are! I wonder where in the f*** you had gone! Benson didn't smile at his partner's approach. The frown on his face was one that Ryan was well familiar with. Both of you guys wait here, Benson ordered sharply. Like hell we will, the officer called Jim stated loudly. I don't know when we started taking orders from you. Before Benson could reply, Ryan took it up. I don't know what the problem is here, son, but whenever a detective gives an order, it's generally obeyed by an officer. I haven't said anything, Kelly stated, trying to make sure he wasn't caught up in whatever was about to jump off. Benson pulled Ryan to the side and explained everything, even adding the thought that he believed the officer would have shot him if it hadn't been for the arrival of his partner. As Benson talked, Ryan's eyes grew hard until they were mere pinpoints. He had worked with this black man for over 2 years now, and in that time, they had both saved each other's lives on more than one occasion. As soon as Benson finished talking, Ryan whirled around on the two policemen. He told you once. Now I'm giving my order. I want both of you to wait right here until I speak with the captain. Ryan removed his pad from his pocket and wrote both the men's badge numbers down. In a few minutes, he was back, walking alone across the lawn. At the sight of Ryan reappearing by himself, Jim felt a little better. They couldn't do too much to him for making a small mistake. How the hell could he tell that the was an officer? One black face was like another as far as he was concerned. You know, Jim began, trying to appear friendly to Benson. This was a mistake any man could make. I mean, if I'd been back there out of uniform, you probably would have made the same mistake, he stated, then laughed loudly. Ryan still had that cold look about him as he walked up. You boys can go about your business now. The captain said he'd like to see both of you downtown in his office tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. Then we could get to the bottom of this motherfucking mess. Gee whiz, Kelly said over and over. I don't know anything about this crap. All I did was walk into the rear of the house to find my partner, and that's all. You did more than you realize, Benson stated shortly. If you hadn't appeared when you did, I'm sure your partner here would have found reason to fucking shoot me. Oh, come on now, buddy. It wasn't that bad, and you know it. Why, it was only a mistake. I can't understand why you just don't let the matter drop. After all, we're both on the same side, right? Wrong. Your kind of man should never be allowed to wear a uniform, and I'm going to do everything in my fucking power to see if I can't get you out of that fucking uniform. Okay, you guys, we'll see you downtown tomorrow. Come on, Ed, Ryan said, using Benson's first name. Let's get on our way. We got some numbers to solve. Edward Benson slowly walked with his partner out to their car, which was parked at the curb. The two uniformed officers followed them closely. Man, oh man, you sure put your fucking foot in it that time, didn't you, Jim? Kelly stated matter-of-factly. Of all the spades you had to run into, it would have to be that guy there, huh? Okay, Jim replied, but I don't see why it has to be so bad. That fucking guy ain't that much, is he? Kelly just shook his head, and he watched the two men get in the unmarked car. How he wished that he was the one getting into the unmarked car and wearing plain clothes. Well, if he kept his nose clean, he would reach that goal one day. I don't know what to say, Jim. We can only wait until tomorrow and see what kind of charges they draw up against you. By God, Jim drawled angrily. I don't see how they could take a his word over mine. If they do, I'm damn sure working on the wrong job. Kelly only shrugged his shoulders. You dumb hillbilly fucking bastard, he said under his breath. Maybe it would work out for the best. After all, Kelly reasoned, he just might come up with a real intelligent partner. Someone he'd have something in common with for once. Neither detective spoke as Ryan pulled away from the curb. They had worked together so long that both men knew when the other was in a compatible mood. Ryan realized that Ed had been hurt tonight, even though he'd never admit it. A fellow officer had disrespected him to a point where he was moody and dangerous. Brooding wouldn't solve it, so Ryan decided to try to take Benson's mind off the problem. Hey man, I'm gonna need you on this case. We got 3 brutal murders on our hands, so come off it. You ain't no kid, you know. When Benson didn't answer, Ryan continued. The way I got it figured, whoever the bastards were that did this they tortured the kid to force information out of the parents. I don't know, Ryan. That's pure speculation there. I don't like it for some reason. It's too pat. Even when you theorize it like that, it jumps into a set pattern. The child was beaten, that's for sure. But tortured? Well, that's a different matter altogether. Benson slowly rubbed his nose. I examined the body closely, Ryan, and there was something there that I either overlooked or just didn't have the knowledge to put it together. And I want a look at the coroner's report first thing in the morning. I think, Ryan began, you're making a mountain out of a fucking molehill. Both the parents were drug addicts, so we got the reason for the torture, if torture was indeed used. Next, if we find out these people were dealing, the damn case will bust itself open. Drugs, that's the only answer. Drugs are the reason this brutal crime was committed, and I'll bet my check against a full bucket of shit. Benson glanced over at his partner. This case kinda hits you below the belt, huh, John? Ryan shrugged, then answered. You know, I got this thing about kids, Ed. I can't help myself. I love them. I don't care if they're brown, blue, green, white, or yellow. I love kids, period. Benson knew what his partner said was true. Sometimes after work, you could find Ryan in the nearest gym teaching young boys how to play basketball. It didn't make any difference what color the kid was. Ryan taught them all. You know, Ryan, it's guys like you that make me want to put a on the whole white race. You good behavior guys, Benson laughed briefly. Yeah, I just know you do, Ryan answered quickly. The only thing in the white race you want to is everything in the skirt. They laughed together. The tension had been broken. Ryan drove over to an all-night drive-in restaurant, and the two men sat in the car and ordered dinner. They remained quiet until after their food had come and gone. This is going to be kind of a hard one to bust open, Ed. We haven't found one good witness yet. I don't know about that, Ryan. If it's like you say, and I don't have any reason to doubt it, maybe the narcotics department can come up with some kind of help. Drug addicts aren't the most closed-mouthed people in the world. So suppose we put out the word, just maybe somebody will talk. A killing like this cannot remain quiet. Somebody somewhere knows something, and if we push in the right direction, something will have to give. Ryan waited until after he started up the car and pulled out into the late-night traffic. I pray to God that you're right about that, Ed, he stated. I want this one, and I want it bad. I want those... I want those killers, and I want them as soon as possible. Chapter 4. It was past 2 o'clock in the afternoon when Billy and Jackie started to get up. Jackie remained stretched out in the bed even after he heard Billy up and around in the next bedroom. The picture of the killings that had occurred the past evening was still in Jackie's mind. He wondered if Billy was ever bothered by the images of the people they had killed. It was something Jackie couldn't get out of his system. That's why he believed he'd never be a real killer. Not the kind of cold-blooded killer you saw in the movies or on television. Why don't you run down to the drugstore and get the morning paper, Billy? Maybe they got something in it about us. In a second, Billy's head appeared in Jackie's doorway. There you go again, man. Looking for them headlines. Billy sat on the edge of his partner's bed. Look, baby, if you want to see yourself or read about yourself in the paper, we got to take off the big one. These little petty capers like last night, they won't even make the back page, let alone the front page. For a brief minute, Jackie remained silent, staring up from the bed at his partner. Is that all last night was to you, Billy? Just another caper? Is that all, man? Billy stared at him strangely. What's this shit, man? Yo, I don't dig where you coming from. Of course that's all it was, a caper. If you're thinking about that couple, think about that kid and what them funky motherfuckers did to her. Think about that, Jackie. About the expression on her face when she died. Then, if you have any pity left, then you tell me about it. I read you loud and clear, Billy. That's all I needed to get my thinking cap on right, too. But I still like to see if there was anything in the papers about us. Billy grinned at his friend. I know. By the time you got out of the bed, they'd be done sold out of papers. Then we'd have to wait for the evening paper to come out. Okay, my man. I'll be your flunky this time, but I don't promise you the same kind of action this time tomorrow. The men laughed together. Then Billy got up and went out to get the paper. While he was gone, Jackie climbed out of the bed and took a quick shower. He wished he had a blow. One quick snort would really put his think cap on right. The more he thought about it, the more he wanted some dope. Jackie paced up and down the apartment, wearing nothing but a huge white towel. Suddenly, he made up his mind. Picking up the phone, he dialed the number of an apartment 2 floors above the one he lived in. He knew the woman upstairs had some drugs. That wasn't the problem. The problem was getting her to bring it downstairs. As a last resort, he reasoned, he could always slip on something and run up the stairs and get it himself. Hello, Lucy? Hi, baby. This is Jackie. You know, Jackie, the tall guy who stays downstairs under you, baby. Yeah, I thought you'd realize who it was. Look, honey, would you do me a favor? Look, no, baby, let me finish. I don't want any credit. Nah, nothing like that. When I say favor, I just mean I'd like to ask you if you would send me a $25 package down here. I'm kind of tied up right now, or I'd run up myself and get it. He held the phone closely as he listened, then cut her off. Listen, woman, I don't play games. Your money is here. I'm just asking you to do me a favor and send it down. I don't care who brings it, you or the man in the moon. I don't give a f***. All I want is the stuff. Hey, wait a minute, mama. I ain't no petty. Nah, baby. If I was going to rip off something, it would be a hell of a lot bigger than a $25 bag. Trust and believe. Again, he waited patiently until she stopped talking. Then he inquired sharply. Listen, baby, if I wasn't tied up, I'd have run upstairs and got it. By now, I could have been upstairs and back. If you ain't gonna do it, just say so. All this bullshit you're taking me through ain't worth it. I asked you to do me a favor. Whether or not you do it, it's up to you. Are you gonna send it or not? For an instant, Jackie started to slam the receiver down on the woman. Then he curbed his temper. Listen, girl, I just got out of the shower and I ain't got no clothes on. If you're gonna send it right now. If it ain't here by the time I get dressed, I'll figure it ain't coming. With that said, he slammed the phone down and stalked back to his closet. He rummaged through the few clothes hanging up inside. There wasn't much to choose from because Jackie wasn't what you call a dresser. In fact, he rarely went out of his way to buy clothes. Only when Billy went shopping and dragged him along would he pick out something. He had 2 suits and 4 pairs of stray pants, plus a variety of shirts. And the few clothes were in various conditions, with some dirty, while others were still in cleaner's bags. Without really caring what he wore, Jackie removed a dark blue pair of pants from the closet and put them on quickly. He was in the process of picking out a clean shirt when the doorbell rang. Without bothering to put the shirt on, he walked back into the front room and jerked the door open. The sudden opening of the door took the woman by surprise. Her mouth opened, and she gave a frightened little yell before gaining control of herself. She must have really been frightened after all, Jackie reasoned, as he stared down at her. The really thought I was planning on knocking her off for the $25 bag, he thought, as he examined her frightened face. Come on in for a second, honey, Jackie said softly, as he reached out and took her hand. I just slipped these damn pants on and left my bankroll in the bedroom. He almost dragged the plump, brown-skinned woman into the living room. Just relax, Lucy. I ain't gonna be but a minute, he stated, dropping her hand. Make yourself at home. Have a seat. Relax. Take the weight off your feet. Lucy finally managed to find her voice.
No, I don't have the time. I left the kids by themselves because I knew it wouldn't take but a minute for me to run down here and drop this shit off.
She had to raise her voice because he had disappeared into the bedroom. In a second, Jackie reappeared, carrying the money in his hand. Thanks, Lucy. I appreciate your bringing the stuff down here, honey. If I hadn't just come out of the shower, I wouldn't have put you through so much trouble. She took the money from his outstretched hand.
It wasn't no trouble, really. You know, Jackie, I ain't got but a few customers, so I sure didn't want to make you angry with me.
She stood up to go, then added,
Sometimes, Slim, when you ain't doing nothing, come on up and keep me and the kids company. I'll lay out the blow for you.
As she started to the door, Jackie glanced at the heavy hips swinging back and forth. Not bad, he reasoned. She was in her early 30s, still built fairly well, and hadn't had but 3 kids. The woman was probably lonely, plus half scared to death. It was dangerous selling drugs, even for a man. A woman dealing for herself was open game. It took a hell of a lot of nerve. I'ma just take you up on that, Lucy, he said quietly as he held the door open for her. She slipped the small package into his hand, smiled brightly up at him, then walked away, swinging her hips even more than before. Well, I'll be a motherfucker. I ain't gone over 5 minutes, and this sucker done pulled a big hip broad, Billy roared as he came down the hall. Jackie cursed under his breath. He had wanted to get into the package before Billy returned. Not that Billy would have wanted any, but he just hadn't wanted Billy to know he had it. Billy closed the door behind him. Ain't that the old who deals upstairs? He inquired as he flopped down in the nearest chair. Yeah, Billy. I told her bring me a small blow. Care for a little toot? Jackie asked as he opened up the tinfoil and dumped the white powder out. Billy shook his head. Nah, man, it's way too early in the day for me. That shit will have me puking up and down the street. I couldn't take care of no kind of business whatsoever. Actually, Billy Good, I didn't know we had any business to take care of today. In fact, I was under the impression this was going to be our day off. That's why I bought this bag. Uh-huh, Billy mumbled while he coldly reflected that it was getting to where any reason was an excuse for Jackie to get a bag. I ran into Kenyatta's woman while I was at the store. She said the dude was in shape, so we can drop by there and pick up some pieces that we need. Tearing off a piece of his matchbook cover, Jackie folded it until he had made himself a small shovel. Then he used it to push the heroin into his nose. He waited until he had snorted over half the pile. I wonder how much Kenyatta is going to charge us for some guns this time. I swear, that black bastard jacks the price every time we buy from him, Jackie stated, his voice dragging as he spoke. He began to scratch as he added, I wish we had another connect somewhere. Man. We got one of the coolest gun connects in the world, yet you ain't satisfied. You still complain. Billy shrugged his shoulders, then continued, I don't care who we deal with. They ain't gonna be no better than Kenyatta. You can bet your manic on it too. I don't know why you dig this cat so much, Billy. When we hit on him to loan us 2 good men so that we could take off that big caper, what did the guy do? He went to Nut City on us. That's what the motherfucker did. If he'd been cool, we would be rolling in bread right now. I don't know about that, Jackie. He might still go along with it. It depends on certain things being right, that's all. Both men fell silent, and Jackie snorted a small pile of dope before saying, well, it ain't no sense in us laying around the pad all day. Let's make some kind of move. That's okay with me, Billy replied quickly. Let's go over and check on the guns first. After that, I'm going to find me some soul food. 10 minutes later, the men came out of the apartment. They climbed into a black Ford that Billy had rented the day before. Billy drove slowly, following the traffic until they reached Clay Street, parked in front of the storefront building that had an apartment over it. 4 young black men were loitering in front of the building, and they watched the 2 men get out of the car with a casual interest. What's happening, brothers? Billy said as they came abreast of the men. The group of brothers nodded in return. You guys know whether or not Kenyatta is on the set? Billy inquired as he stopped in front of the group. Yeah, brother, he's right inside, one of the men said quietly, then added, what you guys want with him? The question took Billy by surprise, but Jackie answered for the both of them. Hey, brother, your name ain't Kenyatta, is it? Before the man could reply, no, I didn't think so, and pushed open the door. The group could only stare at the back of the tall man as he went through the door last. Billy glanced back over his shoulder at Jackie, who winked at him, causing both men to break out laughing. The inside of the building was furnished cheaply. There were wooden chairs in the outside waiting room, along with an old worn desk that had seen better days. On the walls were pictures of Che, Ho Chi Minh, and other men of color who were dedicated leaders in various revolutions. A young black girl sat behind the desk reading a novel, and she glanced up at their approach.
Can I help you?
She inquired in a soft voice. Billy glanced at her closely. Yeah, baby, you could if you'd only be willing. He leaned over the desk and stared down her open blouse. The young girl blushed slightly, then looked away. We'd like to see Kenyatta, miss, Billy stated quickly, not wanting to really embarrass the woman. She almost jumped up from the chair she had been sitting in.
I have to go see if he's in,
she stated as she walked quickly towards the closed door in the rear of the building. I wish I had that effect on women, Jackie said quietly, glancing around the room. Man, that old girl couldn't get away from you quick enough. I'd be willing to bet that you scared her so bad she herself. Bullshit, Billy replied. She was just in a hurry to take care of my request, that's all. Yeah, I can dig that. She was in such a hurry that she didn't even bother to get our names, Jackie answered, as the door in the rear opened. A tall black man came out, dressed in a pair of old Levi's that had seen better days. The white t-shirt he wore was spotlessly clean. He was completely bald, and his head had been greased until it had a shine to it. The only hair he possessed was his beard and mustache. The beard was heavy, running around his cheeks until it would have met his sideburns if he had had any. The most remarkable thing about him was the jet black eyes that stared out without blinking, giving him a hawkish look that went well with the long, keen nose he had. When he spoke, his voice was so heavy that it sounded as if he was talking from inside a barrel. I'll be damned, he began. What have we here? "What's happened, Kenyatta?" Billy said, glancing away from the man. From past experience, Billy knew he couldn't stand to look the man in the eye. It gave him the feeling that Kenyatta was reading his thoughts. "We can talk better from my office," Kenyatta stated as he turned his back to the men and led the way back the way he had come. No one spoke until after they entered the well-furnished rear office. The carpet on the floor was a dark brown, which matched the other furnishings in the room. Posters hung on the walls, but there were paintings of black women and men hanging there also. The paintings were well done. Kenyatta waved his hand toward two comfortable overstuffed chairs. "You guys make yourselves at home," he said as he walked around the oval desk and sat down in an expensive chair. Two young girls sitting in the office got up to go.
Ken,
The taller of the two said.
is there anything we can do for you before we leave?
She asked in a velvet voice. Kenyatta glanced over at his guests. "Can I have the ladies fix you up something?" he asked. "Maybe a hard drink, or some coffee, maybe a bottle of pop." The tall black woman waited patiently for the men to make up their minds. "I wouldn't mind some tea, if you have any hot," Billy said, leering at the woman. Jackie shook his head. "Yeah, I'll have the same thing, with plenty of sugar." "You like what you see, Billy?" Kenyatta asked as the two women started out the door. "The tall sister is my lady, but I don't mind someone admiring her." There was a note of pride in his voice as he spoke. "Yeah, baby, it really makes a person realize what they mean when they say black is beautiful," Billy replied honestly. "I gotta give you credit, baby boy. You really have a lady over there." "Beauty is only skin deep, Billy," Kenyatta answered slowly, then added, "But in her case, she is really something else. Besides her good looks, she's a lady, inside and out. A black lady." "Is there any difference?" Jackie asked sharply. "You can bet your ass on it," Kenyatta answered quickly. "There's nothing under the sun like a black woman, brother." "Well, from what I just saw, I'd say there ain't many black ladies like the one that just walked out of here," Billy said quickly. Kenyatta laughed. "Well, like the white man would ask, what brought you brothers over here today? I know you didn't come over here just to admire my woman, so give me an idea of what it really is." "Guns," Billy stated harshly. "We need some more pieces as soon as possible." Kenyatta got up from behind his desk and walked up and down the room. "You use a lot of guns, man. I mean, you two guys are really good customers. I were in the gun business, I'd make plenty bread off of you two. But," he continued before either man could say anything, "since I'm not in the gun business, every time I sell you guys guns, you're taking guns away from my men." Billy waited until the man paced back towards them before saying in a joking manner, "Well, baby, we might even join your organization one day." Kenyatta stopped his pacing. "No, I couldn't use you brothers, I don't think. I know you got the nerve, but you're just not the type for my thing. My boys have got to be dedicated. You brothers are dedicated, but not to getting rid of those white pigs that ride around our neighborhoods acting like white gods." "Ish!" Jackie cursed loudly. "When it comes to getting rid of some white cops, man, I'd gladly go along with it, just for the fun of it. The way I hate Whitey, I pray for the chance to knock off one of these bastards anytime I can." "I wish that were true," Kenyatta stated, staring at the man closely. "It's true," Billy stated, "and I feel the same way my man does." As Kenyatta stared from one man to the other, the door opened and the tall sister came in carrying a tray with their drinks on it. The men remained silent until the woman had come and gone, but all the time she was there, Kenyatta never took his eyes off of them. "If what you guys say is true, I'll give you a chance to earn them guns you want," Kenyatta stated quietly. "I'm going out on a small job tonight to rid the neighborhood of two haters that work the afternoon shift. If you you and your partner will go along on the hit with us, I'll give you both whatever kind of guns you want when we get back. Billy had to swallow twice before he could speak. You mean you're going to knock off some white cops tonight? He asked softly, not realizing how low his voice had dropped. I mean, some white pigs are going to meet their maker tonight, whether or not you two guys go along with the program or not, Kenyatta answered, his voice revealing the anger that he felt towards the white officers he spoke of. Yeah, he continued, it's gonna sure as hell be tonight. Sounds good to me, Jackie said as he grinned at his partner. I don't even need the promise of the guns. Just the thought of getting rid of some of them motherfuckers is good enough for me. Well, not me, Billy said quickly. I got to know if it's planned right and everything. You just don't knock off cops unless you got it down tight. How you think all them white cops that been getting knocked off this city got hit? If it hadn't been right, somebody would have been busted by now, Kenyatta stated, not bragging but just stating a fact. You mean you and your boys were responsible for them hits we've been reading about in the papers? Billy asked. Do you know of any others in this city with enough to knock off a cop? Kenyatta slowly asked, watching the two men in front of him closely. I thought, Billy began, that you were only responsible for the hits being made on the dope men in various neighborhoods. That too is part of our program, Kenyatta replied. But not just that. Somebody has to rid the city of these funky white cops, and we are doing that. Again, he glanced closely at the two men, then added, I'm waiting on a list of dope men, big ones, not just neighborhood pushers either. And when I get the list, brother, you ain't reading nothing in the papers yet compared to what will be in them then. A list, Jackie said. You mean with the names of white suppliers, and other big men? His voice held the note of disbelief in it that Kenyatta had become accustomed to hearing whenever he mentioned the list to other people. That's right, little brother. I got a getting it together for me. He's charging over 10 grand just for the list, Kenyatta said truthfully. 10 grand? Billy exploded. You mean you're going to shell out that kind of dough just for a piece of paper with some names of dope pushers on it? Not just some dope pushers, but the top pushers in the motherfucking city. Every motherfucking has his hand in dope. When I get that, I'm going to cause such a panic in this city for dope that a dope fiend had better catch the first thing smoking towards Chicago or New York, 'cause there won't be any dope coming in here for quite a while. That's quite a program you cut out for yourself, man, Jackie stated. There was a note in his voice that revealed that he didn't really believe what the man in front of him was saying. He didn't want to come out and call Kenyatta a liar, but it was there in his voice for anyone to hear. Yeah, brother, I don't ask you to believe me. Just have a little patience, and I'll prove it to you. When it jumps off, I'll have some work for you boys, 'cause I'll be needing outside help every now and then. Yeah, my man, Jackie began. You're definitely giving yourself a big job, brother. And if it's like you say, you're going to need everybody you can get. Not only us, but 50 more men just like us. Kenyatta shook his head. Don't think I'm a fool, brother, 'cause I ain't. I've got 25 men, plus 15 women who are in our organization, and every one of them is dedicated, so I ain't fooling myself. My people are trained, and every one of them has one thought in their mind. Kill the That's our rally cry. Death to Whitey. As he spoke, his voice rose with the power of his conviction. Jackie thought to himself that this brother is mad. He is stone crazy. He believes every thing he's saying. There was no doubt in either man's mind of that. Kenyatta was serious about everything he said. The thought of him having over 40 people believing in him was crazy in itself. That many people following in his path will give a madman quite a bit of power. Kenyatta leaned over the desk, staring at the men in front of him. His eyes were lit up with an unholy glow that burned too brightly. There was madness in them. Yet the fire that burned there was also the mark of the strong man, a leader, the kind of man the people could follow with complete trust. It can be done, he stated, pounding on the desk to get his point across. It can be done, and it will be done. This city will be rid of dope pushers and race-hating racist cops. You can fucking bet on it. I believe you, brother. When you state it like that, I cannot help but believe you, Billy said truthfully, and at the time he did believe. It was one of Kenyatta's strong points, the ability to make people believe in his dream. Whether he could make it true or not, he could make people believe in him. As he talked, Jackie was visualizing Kenyatta talking in front of an audience, the gestures the man would use, the way he had of standing with his head thrown back. He would and could impress a lot of people. Jackie smiled encouragingly. Man, you got something about you, Kenyatta. I don't know what it is, but you got it, brother. Yeah, man, Billy agreed. That man sure got something about him. Here he done talked us into going on quite a job with him tonight, free of charge. If that ain't a power of persuasion, I don't know what the fuck it is. Wait a minute, Billy, Jackie said slowly. I ain't agreed to nothing yet. I want to hear how we're supposed to go on about this hit before I give my okay on it. I ain't just jumping up and shooting no cops without knowing if it's going to be a way to get away or not. I don't plan on getting busted, especially for killing police. Not this boy. My mother ain't had no fools that I know of. Kenyatta studied Jackie icily. Whether or not you agree, brother, you're in it now. You know too much about it for me to just let you walk out of here. It's damn near impossible for you not to go on it, if you know what I mean. Nah, man, I don't know what you mean. If you're thinking about making us prisoners, I don't think I dig that, Jackie stated sharply, slowly getting out of his chair. Kenyatta waved him back down. Just stop a minute, brother, and think. If you're for real, it shouldn't disturb you that I'm taking no risks. I can't risk my men by allowing you to leave. No way. It just can't be done. Ish! Jackie got up, but Kenyatta didn't back down. I don't like the idea of being held against my will by anyone, Kenyatta, he said. His face was a mirror of his feelings filled with anger. Just hold on, partner, Billy said quickly, getting up to his feet also. Kenyatta's cool, man, so don't get upset. All we're gonna do, Kenyatta began, is stay upstairs until time to leave tonight. I'll run it all down to you when we get upstairs, and I promise you, you'll dig it. Billy patted his partner on the back. Be cool, man. Everything is going to be all right. Have I ever led you wrong, Jackie? I mean it, man. You're my partner, so I'm asking you, buddy, to just have faith in me this time. You know I don't ask that lightly, Jackie, so just do me the favor and trust in me, okay? Jackie stared at his partner. When you put it that way, I have to go along with the program. But I don't like it, baby. I just don't like it at all. Kenyatta smiled encouragingly at the men as he came around the desk and patted them on the shoulder. Don't worry, my man. I trust you, and I know you've been fucking with some dope, so if I can trust a would-be dope fiend, I believe you should be able to put a little faith in me. As Jackie scowled angrily, Billy laughed out loud. He's got us there, Jackie. The man ain't too far wrong. Jackie, you done had a blow, so if he can trust us, we should be able to put a little faith in the man. Yeah, baby, yeah, Jackie replied as he followed to the door, but he didn't like it one bit. All I got to say is that the plan had better be a good one. Oh, it's a good one, Kenyatta answered as he led the way toward a side door that led upstairs. It's so good, you'll fall in love with it. He laughed loudly as they began to climb up the narrow stairway. At the top, a closed, heavy oak door greeted the men, and as they approached the door, an eye peeped through a small slit. At the sight of Kenyatta, the door began to open. And as the men entered the apartment, the sound of female laughter came to them. Well, The way them women sound, I might just enjoy my short stay up here after all, Billy stated as he glanced around, trying to catch sight of the women. I'm quite sure you will enjoy it, Kenyatta stated, 'cause all we're gonna do is have big fun until it's time to go. Yeah, I really mean big fun. Chapter 5. As the evening wore on, Kenyatta made sure none of the people participating in the coming ordeal used too much alcohol. When Billy had a girl fix him another drink, Kenyatta overlooked the fact until Billy tried a few minutes later to get another one. Then and only then did Kenyatta speak up. "Hey, baby, what you gonna do?" he asked jokingly. "I know we're all grown," he said, "but we might need you straight-eyed, if you know what I mean. If something should jump off wrong, man, and you have to foot it, them drinks would cut off your breath, when you might just need to be long-winded." Everybody joined in the laughter, including Jackie, who had started to enjoy himself. The young brown-skinned girl sitting on his lap bounced around playfully. The other men and women smoked reefers and joked among themselves until it was time to go. Kenyatta's woman, Betty Jean, got up from the couch where she had been sitting. Every man's eyes followed her as she made her way across the floor. But she was so attractive that she drew men the way a fire draws moths. She couldn't help herself, just as they couldn't help but look. The tight black pants she wore didn't help matters any either. When she re-entered the room, she was carrying a small suitcase. She glanced over to Kenyatta, who was sitting on the couch. He got up and took the suitcase from her, then walked back to the couch and dumped the contents of the bag on the marble-top coffee table. The guns were scattered out on the table, making an assortment of pistols from .38s down to small .22 automatics. As the 5 men in the room came over to the table, Kenyatta let his eyes run over the front room apartment. Idly, he wondered if he would make it back to his room that he liked so much. The thick carpet on the floor was the same deep brown as that which had been used downstairs. It came with the deal that furnished the office. One large roll of expensive carpet had been stolen from a warehouse across town and found its way to Kenyatta's place. He had his office downstairs carpeted as well as the whole upstairs for less than $100. The rest of the furniture in the apartment matched the carpet and was expensive also. The couch had matching chairs in light tan, while the end tables were all marble-topped. The front room led into the living room, which was large and roomy, yet not so large as to appear spacious. The dining room set was dark brown with a matching china cabinet. The chairs around the table were all deep cushioned, again looking expensive. The cost at a store would have been over $1,000, but again it came from across town, from a warehouse, costing Kenyatta less than $200. "Take it easy," Kenyatta said as the men shoved each other in their haste to get the gun of their choice. "It's enough pieces there for everybody. If you don't find what you like, just holler. We'll see to it that you get what you're looking for."
How many can a man take?
A thin boy in his early 20s asked, picking up a small pistol and examining it closely.
"I'd like to have this little piece in case I get uptight with the law."
"Eesh, big time," a short, light-complexioned man said. "That thing ain't got enough power to knock down a fly."
"Hey, Red, I ain't looking for power with this,"
Big Time answered, grinning at the man. Ren grinned back, revealing a mouth full of rotten teeth. There was a gap in the front of his mouth, showing where a tooth had been knocked out sometime in the man's past. Red fumbled with the lock on a German Luger, undecided on whether or not to use it for a .38 that he liked. As he handled each weapon, Jackie reached over and picked up the .38. "Hey, man, don't you see me checking out that piece?" Red stated sharply, trying to snatch the gun back out of Jackie's hand. "Be cool, boy. You don't snatch something from a man if you want it. Ask, but don't you fucking snatch, you dig?" Jackie checked the man loudly. As the men glared at each other, Kenyatta waited to see if they would handle it without getting into an argument. The last thing he wanted was to see his men start arguing among themselves. Red glanced up at the large man. Damn, brother, I ain't got no misunderstanding with you. Hell no, you're too fucking big for me to even dream of fighting with, let alone really fall out with. Kenyatta grinned. He knew that Red had as much nerve as any man in the room. If push came to shove, he knew that Red could more than handle himself. Every man in his organization had been trained to use judo, the deadly art of death. How to kill with the bare hands was something he taught every man and woman who joined his outfit. Jackie grinned down at the smaller man. That's all right, brother, he said, and held out the gun. Here, my man, I just wanted to see how the handle was made. If you decide not to use it, though, let me know. I'm kind of fond of 38s. What time are we supposed to leave? Billy asked from where he was sitting, checking out different guns. It's just about that time, Kenyatta answered as he took a quick peep at his watch. I want each and every one of you to check your watches so that we'll all have the same time, he said. Hey, my man, how about if you ain't got no watch? Jackie asked as he sat down beside Billy. Without speaking, Kenyatta nodded his head at Betty. She got up from the couch where she had reseated herself. In a second, she was back, carrying a small man's watch. She held it out to Jackie. He took the watch from her and glanced at it. It's a damn Timex, he stated to no one in particular.
Well, I'll be damned.
Betty said, speaking up for one of the few times since the man had come upstairs.
Here you give the bastard a watch, and he still complains. They say you can't please. If it had been a long time, I bet he had found something wrong with that. It wouldn't have had enough diamonds in it to please him or something.
She finished lamely as she noticed everyone was listening to her. It was the tension, she believed. The waiting had got to her. Well, I'll be damned. She can talk, Jackie stated, not angry at her for what she said. If you have any long johns back there, I'd sure as hell appreciate one. But make sure it has at least 20 diamonds in it. I can't stand the cheap ones. Next time, Kenyatta said, laughing briefly. Okay, people, everybody fix their watches. The time is, he hesitated while he rechecked his watch, 10:35. Make sure you all have that. We don't want anybody to be off 1 minute. He waited until everybody had fixed their watches, then continued, Now we get ready to move. At exactly 10:45, we pull up from here. We're taking 2 cars with us. The women along on the job will do the driving. Betty, you know what you're supposed to do. At exactly 11 o'clock, you make your call. We want to catch this bastard right before he goes off duty. We know where he'll be at just about that time. Every night, he takes a coffee break at about 10:45, so we'll have his getting in his car with his partner at just the right time. How about if his partner is black? Billy asked suddenly. I mean, I don't like cops, period, but black ones? I could stand a little more than I can the white ones. He's not. It's been checked out already. I don't want to hit no black ones if I can help it, because there's not enough black ones on the force now for us to go along killing the few that they do have, Kenyatta replied. Kenyatta wondered idly about Jackie. The man must be good, or he wouldn't be Billy's partner, but his height was a problem. He would be easy to identify if it ever came down to that. A man with his height should be playing basketball or something, Kenyatta reflected as he studied the tall man closely. He was a drug user, too. That wasn't saying too much for him. Some damn good hitmen used stuff. It was becoming a way of life for black people. After taking one more quick glance at his watch, Kenyatta stood up. Okay, people, looks like our time has come. He pointed a finger at a slim, tiny girl. Brenda, he said, speeding is out tonight, you hear? Then he added for the rest of the people's benefit, she has a heavy foot for someone her size. The short black woman stood up and scowled at him. The huge natural she wore was the only thing attractive about her. On the right side of her face was a long scar that had come from a knife wound many years ago. At times, when she got angry, the scar seemed to glow, as it was doing now. Brenda was a hater. She hated just about everything, but white people she hated even more. She had been raised in the South until she was old enough to leave. She worked in the cotton fields until she was 14, and then jumped off a truck that had brought her north to pick cherries for the cherry season. Landing on the highway with $40 in her purse, she had made it first to Chicago, where she worked as a prostitute until she was 18. Then she had come to Detroit with another girl. But that affair had ended the night the got mad and took a straight razor to her, putting the scar on her face for life. Brenda had continued to work as a prostitute until the day Kenyatta had walked up to her and informed her that hustling in that neighborhood would have to end unless she wanted another scar. When she had inquired as to how she was supposed to live, he had offered her a job. He was really one of the few men who had looked at her as a person instead of as a thing. He hadn't ever tried to take advantage of her. The only thing he'd ever shown her was kindness and friendship, something that had been rare indeed in her life. She had almost purred like a cat under his treatment until she, and she alone, knew that she loved him, and she would never reveal it to anyone. "Okay, honey," Kenyatta said, holding up his hand to cut off the angry retort she was about to give. "Billy, you and Jackie ride with her. I guess I'll go in the same car as you two." He motioned to Red. "You and Big Time will ride with Carol." Jackie scowled at this statement. Carol was the brown-skinned girl who had been sitting on his lap. "Hey man, why can't I ride in the car with Carol? We've been getting along just fine tonight, so why break it up now?" "That's the reason right there," Kenyatta answered shortly, his patience running out. The tension was getting to him too. "This is a hard job we're going on tonight. Dangerous as hell too. So we can't take any chances, Jackie, none at all. You and Carol have been becoming wonderful friends tonight, so let's wait until we get back and you two can continue your new love affair. But while we're on this job, I don't want no thoughts about love interfering with what has to be done. If she goes with you, you might just get to worrying about her, you know what I mean? You might want her out of the way so that she might not get hurt. Anything that would take your mind off your job is what I don't want. So let's do it like I say, okay?" Everybody remained silent, waiting to see what Jackie would say. He had proven to them that he was a man quick to anger, yet he could be reasoned with. "The man has got a point there," Billy said quickly, not waiting for his partner to answer. "With our driver, we ain't got to worry about nobody falling in love," Billy added, unconcerned about how his words would affect the man he spoke of. Brenda was easily hurt by people referring to her looks, and Billy's words hurt her to the core. At that instant, he gained her undying hatred. Jackie took a quick glance at Brenda and said, "Yeah, man, you got a point there. I don't have to worry about no thoughts of love in my mind with our driver." He laughed loudly, not caring about the feelings of the woman they spoke so casually about. But Kenyatta quickly felt her hurt. He tried to come to her rescue. "You guys act like you ain't got no fucking mirrors at home. Ain't neither one of you nothing to write home about, so we don't have to worry about our driver falling in love with either one of you ugly bastards either." The look in Brenda's eyes as she glanced at Kenyatta was one of thanks and of love. Something she didn't realize that anyone would be able to see. Betty saw it and looked away. She felt sorry for her, and had known ever since the day Brenda came that the small, dark woman loved her man. It was a love that brought pity and not jealousy to the tall, attractive woman who saw it. "Well, we better be getting on our way if we want it to go like we've planned. Don't forget, Betty, right on the nose. That way, it shouldn't take the first police car but a minute to get there. After 5 minutes, make your second call. Maybe it will pull the backup car away, giving us the time it will take to finish this job right."
Don't worry, Daddy,
she said as she came up and kissed her man on the cheek.
"Oh, wait a minute, honey. I got something I want you to take along."
She broke away from his embrace and ran into the bedroom, reappearing with a hand grenade.
"Here's something that might just come in handy if you should get uptight. It's guaranteed to get you a few seconds time anyway."
He took the grenade from her. "Oh, yeah. I'm always forgetting these little bastards. Thank you, baby." He bent over and kissed her roughly on the lips. "Hey, my man, you got another one of those?" "I sure like to have one too," Billy said. "Nah, man, I didn't have but 2 of them, and I sure ain't cutting the other one loose for nobody," Kenyatta answered. "Now, let's get on with it. We got business to take care of." Red gave Carol a hug as they started down for the steps. "I might give Slim a run for his money tonight, honey, after we get back." The woman laughed loudly, releasing some of the tension inside of her.
"I'll be so glad to get back, Red, that I might just take on both of you."
And she prayed as she went down the stairs.
"Please, Lord, make me lucky enough to be one of those that comes back tonight, 'cause it sure ain't promised to none of us."
"Hey, honey, don't look so serious," Red said, patting her. "If it makes you look that serious worrying about me wanting some, don't worry about it. I'll get in touch with my own lady tonight." Red's attempt at humor went unheeded as they went down the stairway. Everybody was caught up in their own thoughts. There was no backing out now. Either some cops ended up dead, or a bunch of young will end up on a slab at the city morgue. Chapter 6. The street was dark and the 2 cars pulled up and parked. Kenyatta glanced up and down Greeley Street before getting out. On one side of the street was a junkyard. On the other was a group of dilapidated houses to be torn down. The few remaining people in them had already gotten their notices to move, but they just hadn't complied with the order just yet. Red, having jumped out of the car behind them when they parked, came up to the window. Kenyatta rolled his window down. "Go across the street and check on the gate. The lock is supposed to be fixed so that it would be open," he ordered briskly. "Damn it, it's turning cold," Billy stated from the back seat as they watched Red run across the street. "We're gonna cut through that junkyard?" Jackie asked, already knowing the answer because Kenyatta had explained the getaway twice that evening before leaving the house. "Nah, baby, not that one. We're gonna run around the block and cut through the junkyard over there to get away," Kenyatta answered sarcastically. "Okay, my man, I asked for that," Jackie answered good-naturedly. "But what about the dogs in there? I just hope your inside people have taken care of them." Kenyatta tossed his hands in the air. "How the f*** should I know if it's taken care of or not? I arrived here with you, so I don't know. If Red don't get the bit out of him while he's f***ing around over there, we'll know that everything has been taken care of. There should be a junk car waiting right inside the gate for us with the key in it. I forgot to tell you boys about that little bit of planning." "A car?" Billy said, surprised. "I thought the broads were going to drive us away from here." "No, not away from here." He twisted around in his seat. "Brenda, you know where I want you to park over in the projects, don't you?" She nodded her head in agreement.
"Don't worry about me, Kenyatta. I could find that spot blindfolded, honey. So don't worry about my part. You just make it over there."
Kenyatta nodded his head. "I know, baby. I ain't worried at all about you. Carol's going to follow you over there." He turned to the men in the back seat, then waited as Big Time came walking up. Big Time stuck his head in the window. "Now it's like this. Big Time here is going to drive the car in the junkyard." He nodded to Big Time. "Run over and check the car sitting near the gate. The key should be in the ashtray. Make sure it starts up, and then leave the motor running if there's enough gas in it." He leaned back on the seat and continued talking. "After we make the hit, we run into the junkyard, jump in the car, and Big Time here will drive us to the other side of the junkyard where we jump out, climb the fence, and cross the tracks into the projects. That's where the women will pick us up. This way, if there is any police after us, they should be completely thrown off course because they won't know where the fuck we're going. That's what's so sweet about this hit. It should go like clockwork. The getaway is perfect. You can't beat it." Red came back from across the street as Big Time went over. Kenyatta got out of his car as he came up. "Is everything all right?" "Fine. The dogs were still tied up, but I took care of that." He took his pistol out and unscrewed the silencer from the barrel. I killed all 4 of them like you said and took the ropes off their necks. I told Big Time to spread them out a way so it would look like they were loose when they got shot. He hesitated, then continued. I checked the trunks. The guns, they're all there. Good, Kenyatta answered quickly. Okay, brother, you better get on now if you're coming. We ain't got that much time left. As the 2 men climbed out of the back seat, Kenyatta started across the street. He waved back at Brenda. I'll see you in a few minutes, girl. Be sure to drive carefully. The man stood on the sidewalk and watched the cars disappear down the street. It was all a matter of time now, Billy reflected, as the taillights disappeared for good. Come on, Red said to the men and led the way across the street. We got to pick up our Billy and Jackie fell in step behind him. I was under the impression we had our guns already, Billy said as he caught up with Red. What? Don't fool yourselves about the pistols. We ain't taking no chances on the motherfuckers getting away. No siree. Whenever Kenyatta plans something, he plans the shit out of it. Red saw the look of surprise on their faces and added, These pistols we got, brother, are our insurance pieces, that's all. You know, if we should get uptight or something like that, we'll have something to work with. But these ain't what we're gonna hit the motherfucking cops with. Man, we got some shit that makes sure we get them bastards. There was a note of glee in his voice. Hurry up! Hurry up! Kenyatta yelled as the men came through the junkyard gate. It was open just a crack, so that if somebody came by, they wouldn't notice it. By the time they reached the old broken-down car they were going to use, Big Time had the trunk open. As the men took a quick look inside, Billy couldn't help but let out a yell of surprise. Inside the truck were 4 pump shotguns already broken down. Get one, Kenyatta ordered the men. There's plenty shells for everybody, too. He waited until each man had taken a gun and shells. I hope everybody knows how these little bastards work, he added quickly. We ain't got much time, so watch, in case you don't know. He quickly showed the men how to load them. Now, me and Red are going to take the dangerous side. Billy, we're crossing over to one of these empty houses, so watch which one we go into so that you don't shoot us by mistake. He looked from one man to the other. Billy, you and Jackie will have to open fire first. I want you guys to wait until the cops have parked and got out, then cut loose on them. As soon as they duck around on the other side, if they're able, we hit them from the rear. We should be able to knock them out. He glanced at his watch, then cursed. Damn! Let's get set. They should be here in 2 more minutes. He quickly led the way back to the gate. Keep the motor running, Big Time. That's all I want from you. Now, as I was saying, it shouldn't take but 2 or 3 minutes to knock these cops off. In fact, we ain't even got but that much time. The men were silent as they came out of the junkyard. There ain't much hiding places over here, Billy, so you and Jackie will have to hang out in the dark. The cops won't be able to see you unless you move around. If you remain in one spot without moving, you'll take them completely by surprise. He waited until he was sure they understood. Well, we're gonna get on across the street. The police are on their way. Neither man spoke until Kenyatta and Red had crossed the street and disappeared inside the nearest dark house. You have to give it to that motherfucker, Jackie stated quietly as they stared into the darkness. That bastard has really got it planned. I mean, this shit is together as far as I can see. Uh-huh, I can dig it, Billy replied. You dig that house across the street? He said, pointing out the only house on the block with a light on. I'll be willing to bet that when Betty called, she gave the police that address right over there. Yeah, that's got to be it. That way, the pigs will have to park damn near right in front of us, Jackie said, then nudged his partner. Looks like the shit is about to hit the fan, he stated quickly as a car came speeding down the block, its lights shining brightly. The police car came on swiftly, and as it approached the men, it began to slow down. As soon as it stopped, the 2 uniformed white men inside of it started to get out, then hesitated. The one on the passenger side picked up his microphone and spoke into it for a few minutes. Unknown to the waiting men, the officer was calling for a backup car. They didn't like the looks of the dark street. The driver of the car, Jim, didn't really care about how the street looked. His mind was on the captain who had chewed out his earlier that day because he had made a mistake the night before and almost shot a black detective. He was thinking at the moment how nice it would have been if he would have pumped 4 or 5 shots into the black bastard. It wouldn't have been much worse if he shot the ending up damn near getting suspended because of it. I don't like the looks of this, his partner said over and over again as they got out. Jim didn't even hear him. If they caught a black son of a with a gun, as the call said, he'd make quick work of the. It would be one dead black, whether his partner liked it or not. He slammed the car door and started towards the rear of the car. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he saw some motion where there shouldn't have been any. "What the hell?" he started to say when flame leaped out of the darkness. A hard blow hit him in the chest and he staggered heavily. As he reeled back against the car, the night seemed to explode with fire. He clawed at his holster, but it was a feeble effort. Another staggering blow sent him down to his knees, and before he could recover, he felt the pavement come up and smash him in the face. His partner heard the first shot and swore out loud. Then the night lit up for him as he stared through the windows of the car at the gun flashes coming out of the darkness. He glanced up and down the street frantically. He saw the red lights coming down the street and knew at once that it was their backup squad coming to help him. He let out a sigh of relief, even though he realized at once that it was too late for his partner. Then suddenly, a blow struck him in the back and slammed him against the car door. He jerked at the doorknob, trying to re-enter the car. Somehow, he managed to get the door open. But before he could get into the car, another staggering blow caught him in the middle of his back. He never knew when he hit the sidewalk because he was dead on his feet. The second police car came to a halt instantly beside the parked one. The black and white policemen inside the car looked at each other stunned. Before the driver could make up his mind, flame came blasting out of the darkness towards them. The shots took out the window, shattering it and covering the 2 men with glass. Neither man was hurt, though each was so frightened that the fear kept them huddled down on the seat. The officer on the passenger side managed to get on the radio and send out a frantic call. As the officer stayed huddled on the seat, neither one saw the 2 men come out of the condemned house and move nearer to the car. Neither noticed the man pulling the small, round-shaped ball from his pocket and remove the pin. Neither saw the thing make an arc in the air until suddenly they felt the car lifted off the ground as they were hurled towards death. They both die, with neither man ever realizing how. The few people living inside the condemned houses hadn't bothered to come outside to see what the gunshots were all about. They stayed in their homes, waiting out the noise of death and hoping against hope that none of the shots would hit them. Even though they lived in poverty and despair, none wanted to give up their meager existence of poor food and hopeless dreams. Red was the first one across the street. Then Kenyatta walked across, examining the body of the policeman in the street to make sure he was dead. As the body made a final jerk, he aimed his shotgun at the man and pulled the trigger. The body jumped from the weight of the blow. Kenyatta continued to walk, only widening his steps. When he entered the junkyard, he closed the gate behind him, making sure it was locked. The men inside the waiting car watched their leader take his time. "Damn, that man has the nerve of 10 fools," Red said as he waited impatiently for him. Big Tom raced the motor.
I heard the shooting. Did everything go like planned?
He asked, trying to fight down the panic inside him. He could hardly keep from putting the car in gear and racing away from there. He wanted to let the window down and yell for Kenyatta to come the f*** on. He wanted to drive away and leave Kenyatta's slow-moving All these things and more flashed through his mind, but he fought down the panic. Billy and Jackie were the professional ones, but they too felt the need for speed. It didn't make sense wasting time. The job was over, and now they needed to get away. Why was he moving so slow? You didn't shoot cops every day, and if you ever did, you had better make quick tracks. Billy started to roll down his window and tell Kenyatta to bring his black on, but seeing the fear in the other two men in the front seat made him hesitate. If they were that frightened and showed it, how was he looking? He glanced over at Jackie. Yes, Jackie was nervous, but he didn't reveal his impatience. He was slowly lighting a cigarette. Billy decided to follow his example, removing his pack and lighting up. When Kenyatta finally reached the car, he pushed his packs of smokes up towards the front seat and held them. "Here, my man, you might as well take a smoke before we leave," he said sarcastically. Before the words were out of his mouth, Big Tom had the car in gear and was speeding away. "Hey, my man," Billy yelled, "slow this motherfucker down. We don't want to run into anything now." "He's telling you right," Kenyatta added from his seat in front. "Slow this motherfucker down," he yelled as Big Tom almost hit another junk car parked inside the aisle. In the next instant, they went down an aisle that was blocked. As Big Tom tried to back out, he ran into another parked car. The man muttered under his breath and put the car in gear and pulled forward. As soon as he got the car straightened out, he began backing up again. This time, he made it back to the aisle they had started from. He turned around and tried another one. This too was piled up and blocked by other junks. "Damn it, Kenyatta! You planned everything, but which way to take us where we're supposed to go?" Jackie shouted from the rear seat. "Yeah, man, but it ain't no big thing. It should be no problem getting the fuck out of here," he stated with more assurance than he felt. As Big Tom picked another dead end, the men began to worry. "Maybe we better get the fuck out and walk," Billy said. "We ain't got that much time. If he keeps fucking around, police are gonna be swarming all over this motherfucker with this motherfucker playing bumper cars and shit." Even Kenyatta realized the truth in his words. They had time, but they didn't have that much time. If they didn't hurry up, the junkyard could turn into a trap. Once the police realized that they had gone through it, it would be covered from front to back. "Man, take your time and look where the fuck you're going," Kenyatta ordered. "If I could only turn on the lights for a minute or two," Big Tom whined, "I could see what I'm doing." "Hey, man, let me under that steering wheel," Billy growled. "We can't have no lights, ignorant. Where's your brains at? In your..." His temper was rising as he began to realize that Big Tom's driving could get them busted. Here, Kenyatta yelled over and over again. He didn't want the men to panic. That was the last thing he needed. "You guys, just stay cool. Everything is gonna be all right. Make a right turn now, boy," he ordered sharply. "I've been over this yard a dozen times and I know the way out. It just looks funny at night without any lights on. Turn left at the next corner. That's right. This road should lead us right to the back fence." As Big Tom noticed an open road in front of him, he began to speed up again. "Slow this motherfucker down," Kenyatta ordered, then pulled out his pistol. "If I have to tell you again, I'm gonna blow your shit out." He cocked the pistol in Big Tom's face. At the sight of the cocked pistol, Big Tom began to shake all over. He swerved off the road and struck another parked car. The speed of the moving car slammed the men in front against the dashboard. The men in the back came out better. Billy cursed loudly as he spit blood from a cut lip. Red pulled back, bleeding from a large cut on his temple. Kenyatta came out a little better. He only hurt his arm, but his temper was at the breaking point. As the men settled back in the car, Big Tom sat behind the steering wheel crying like a child. "I couldn't help it. I just couldn't help it, Kenyatta. You shouldn't have pointed the gun at me." Real tears began to roll down his cheeks as he cried louder. In disgust, Kenyatta raised the pistol and pointed it at the man's head. "This is the reason I brought your punk ass along, Big Time. I wanted to see if you had any. Now I see you ain't nothing but a pure. You hear me? Pure. He raised his pistol and pulled the trigger. Motherfucker! Jackie stated, then turned to his partner. Billy, wipe everything off back there, man. Make sure we don't leave any prints in his ride. Billy was staring straight ahead at Kenyatta. The sight of Big Time slumped over the wheel didn't frighten him, but it surprised the hell out of him. Yeah, man, we better clean up good. In the front seat, Kenyatta had started to get out. Then he saw what they were doing in the back and started to do the same thing in front. Make sure you wipe everything up, Red, he ordered sharply. Red jumped to it, wiping everything in sight. The cold-blooded murder had shaken him to his roots. Kenyatta glanced up as everyone came out of the car. The shotguns are just excess baggage, he yelled, so just make sure they're clean of prints and dump them in the ride. We got to move, Billy said under his breath as he quickly re-wiped his weapon. We done wasted too much fucking time in this junkyard. I know just what you mean, Jackie replied quickly as he tossed his gun on the seat. Let's make tracks. Don't worry, we still got plenty of time, Kenyatta stated coldly as he led the way towards the rear of the junkyard. The sound of sirens could be heard in the distance as the men hurried. Ish! Billy cursed as he stepped into a mud puddle. How much further do we have to go? The sound of men pulling their feet out of the sucking mud could be heard. Finally, in the distance, they could see the tall wire fence. When they reached the fence, Kenyatta led the way along it, looking for a certain spot, and he finally found what he was looking for. The wire had been cut, and underneath the fence, someone had placed cardboard so that the men could slip under it without getting too dirty. Kenyatta was the first one under, and after he got to the other side, he held the wire up slightly so that the rest of the men wouldn't have too much trouble. After they were all across, he removed the cardboard and carried it down the railroad tracks until they were quite a distance from where they had crossed over. Not until then did he toss the cardboard away. There was no light anywhere around the tracks, and Billy wondered how Kenyatta could see where they were to go. But just as the thought was flashing through his mind, Kenyatta left the tracks and started making his way through some weeds. The men followed behind him quietly. Suddenly, out of the darkness, they could see buildings. Before the men could realize where they were headed, they were on the pavement. The sight of a cigarette glowing inside a parked car filled them with joy. They had made it. Chapter 7. The pitch-black street was now illuminated by the arrival of a great many police cars. Detective Benson and his partner Ryan moved around the death scene slowly, trying to get a fix on what had happened. 4 policemen were dead, and somebody was going to have to pay for it. Somehow, the newspapers got word of the killings, and soon radio and even television personnel began to arrive. Detective Ryan stared at the crowd of people angrily. How the hell were they supposed to work, he wondered, with so many f***ing people in the way? A newspaper man from one of the daily papers came bearing down on him. Hey, Ryan, the man called out. Wait up. I want just a few words with you. Ryan stopped and waited patiently for the man to catch up. What can I do for you? Ryan inquired as the man came abreast of them. You can give me a rundown of just what happened out here tonight. Jesus Christ, it's like a butcher shop. Benson put his hand over his mouth and turned away to cover up the smile that was about to break through. I'll be right back, he said to his partner and walked across the street to the junkyard. He examined the gate on the closed yard, then trained his flashlight through the wire gate. It picked up the body of a dog lying on its side. He examined the dog closely, then yelled out to his partner, Hey Ryan, you better come on over here. I think I might have found something. His voice carried to quite a few people, and by the time Ryan reached him, there were 4 other detectives standing around waiting to see what he had come up with. He cut on his light and showed his partner the dead dog. The front of the yard was flooded with light. The sight of other dead dogs was picked up. "The f***ing yard's full of dead dogs!" someone in the crowd murmured loudly. "Somebody get a crowbar so we can get in this f***ing place!" A huge, red-faced man wearing a dark suit ordered sharply. In the matter of minutes, the gate was forced open and the detectives started through. "Somebody keep those damn newspaper people out of here!" the same huge man ordered. His voice was deep and carried all the way across the yard. The newspaper man walking beside Ryan growled in his ear, "Who the hell is that big lord bastard?" Ryan stopped in his tracks and glared at the man. "That happens to be the chief of homicide, mister, and he has a job to do just like I have. So if you don't mind, give me a break, okay?" Before the man could answer, Ryan walked away from him and joined Benson. "How the hell did you get away from your shadow?" Benson asked. "Bullshit. That's all it is. Why somebody didn't set up a roadblock and cut these motherfucking big-nosed bastards, I don't know. They get in the fucking way so that nobody can do their fucking job. Then, when you don't come right out and solve a murder, they're the first ones to jump down your fucking back. They kill you in the papers, but wait until you run into one of those bastards out here on a job. Then they try and treat you like a long-lost brother." Benson shrugged his shoulders. "Well, I wouldn't know about all that. They overlook me most of the time. I guess they think I'm just here for decoration or something." Ryan grinned at his partner and friend. "Yeah, I know. You have it tough. I didn't see you fighting off no fucking newspapermen, though. When you have to do that, that's when your trouble starts." "Yeah, I know," Benson answered quickly. "That's why my heart bleeds for you. You have so much trouble, but that's what happens when you become famous." Ryan moved one of the dogs slightly with his foot. "These bastards been shot," he stated loudly as he bent down and examined the dogs closer. "Man, you know this fucking midnight shift is getting to be too damn busy," Benson stated while he waited for Ryan to finish examining the dog. Ryan straightened up. "I guess you noticed who one of the policemen out there was, didn't you? I haven't lost my eyesight yet. Of course I noticed the guy. It's a shame it had to happen, no matter how I felt about him. He was still a police officer," Benson replied, studying his partner closely. "Yeah, I know what you mean," Ryan replied quickly, too quickly to suit Benson. "This shit has got to be solved and solved quickly. We can't let no bastards run around knocking off cops whenever they feel like it. If this shit keeps up, we won't have a police department. That makes 8 policemen who have been set up, and believe me, this was definitely a setup." Benson nodded his head as he remembered the other unsolved police murders. "Yeah, it's getting out of hand, there's no doubt about that." As the night wore on, the men working became angrier. The newspaper men and television crews were in the way everywhere the detectives turned until tempers were ready to flare. Ryan and Benson worked on in silence inside the junkyard. It was late when the other body was discovered. By then, the owner of the junkyard had shown up and turned on the lights. While the men searched, the body of one of the men who worked around the yard was also found. It had been piled in behind some cars that were waiting to be mashed up. At the discovery of his body, the chief of police tossed his hands in the air and walked out of the yard. His cursing could be heard clear across the yard. The men worked on and on. This was above all a cop killing, and they wanted answers. Daybreak found them still searching through piles of junk cars, looking for any sort of clue. The guns had been found in the rear of the old car and rushed to the police lab in hopes that fingerprints could be gotten off of them. Benson came walking slowly up the dirt road. He glanced over at the tired detective tugging along beside him. Ryan was walking with his head down, ignoring the deep puddles of mud they came to. Both detectives were deep in thought, neither man bothering to break the silence. Cold-blooded murder like this didn't make any kind of sense to Benson, and he prayed quietly that they would catch the men responsible as soon as possible. "Well, what do you think?" Ryan asked as he came up alongside his friend. "Think? I don't even bother to do such a thing. It goes against the grain when you come up against something like this. The people who are responsible for this must be mad. I mean, people just don't go around killing wholesale like this. What's the reason behind it? It's senseless as far as I can see." Benson dropped his head. What could he say? As far as he could see, they were right back where they started, yet they had 6 new deaths on their hands. Every one of the people had been murdered by the same bunch of people. They knew, too, that 4 men had gone under the fence at the rear of the yard, but that evidence wasn't strong enough to shed any light on who was responsible. They couldn't even tell if the black man found in the car was in on it or a witness who happened to be at the wrong place at the wrong time. As the 2 officers came out of the gate, they saw the police commissioner standing in front giving an interview to the television men. They walked past the group and went on towards their unmarked car. They climbed in and just sat there, each man deep in his own thoughts. Both men were tired from the long night's work, prowling in and out of the old cars, searching for something and not sure what. "Well, Ryan, what do we do from here?" Benson asked quietly. "Your guess is as good as mine," Ryan answered just as softly. "I could say let's go down in the ghettos and shake up some. Where will we start?" "That would at least give us some kind of work. Let's check with some informers. Maybe something will break that way," Benson offered, wanting to do something other than just sit there idly. Ryan started up the motor and pulled away. "Well, at least that will give us something to go on," he replied, driving slowly away from the spot of so much violence. The men rode in silence. The night had been too much for the both of them. Each man was used to violence, but not on such a large scale. "You know," Benson finally said, "what we need to do, Ryan, is get a hold of some drug addicts. Maybe one of them knows something." He glanced over at his partner to see how he was taking the idea. Ryan smiled to himself. "Yeah, just like we did on that other case where we didn't get nowhere. But you're right about that. We need somebody to break this case open for us, and the hype is likely to talk before anybody else. How about your buddy over in Narco? You think we could ride with them for a while and question some of the junkies they knock over?" "That's an idea," Ryan replied. "But you know my friend's on the afternoon shift, so we have to work a lot of hours on our own time. I don't give a shit as long as we get a break on these murders, Ryan. That's all I'm concerned about." Ryan smiled in the dark. Benson was the first black man he had ever worked with. Before Benson came on the shift with him, he'd had his doubts about whether or not it would work. Now they had reached such a point that he wouldn't feel right working with anybody else. If they took Benson away from him now, he would have big trouble trying to readjust to another man. For some reason, the 2 men just clicked together. It had reached a point where they even took their wives out together. Of course, people stared at the black and white couples, but the men were past the stage where looks bothered them. "Let's go in and finish up whatever paperwork we have, then take the rest of the fucking night off. I'll give the boss an idea of what we're going to do so he'll know we're working damn near double shift. Maybe he'll switch us over to the afternoon. That way, we won't have to burn the candle at both ends," Ryan stated as he drove toward the freeway. He didn't have to wait for his partner's okay. The men understood each other too well for that. It was late next day when they came in. Ryan glanced up from his desk as Benson strolled over. "How the hell are you, Joe?" Benson asked in a joking manner. The two men grinned. "How did the chief like your idea?" "My idea Ryan replied. "I told him it was both of our f***ing ideas, so he said to punch in. We can pick up some overtime. He doesn't want us knocking our off on free time. Just as long as we get the f***ing case off, he doesn't give a f*** how much overtime we put in." "That sounds all right. How did the boys down in Narco take the idea of us riding along with them?" Benson inquired as he picked up a file from the desk and glanced through it. Ryan grinned up at him. "It's not even necessary for us to ride out. They're going to call us downtown and interrogate whatever addicts they bring in. There's a couple of junkies on ice right now, waiting for us to see them. I was just waiting for you to come along. I figured you'd get plenty of rest and come in when you were ready." "Hey, that's what I'd call sharp work. If I was in any kind of position to call it anything, Ryan. Where are we going to talk to our little pigeons? Up here or downstairs?" "We might as well take the elevator down to the 9th floor where the boys are. It will save us a lot of trouble," Ryan answered as he got up from his desk. "You know, the chances are small that we'll come in contact with a junkie who really knows anything about this shit. This seems like it's being done by someone who has some kind of plan. Maybe one of the militant organizations, you know? That's what I'm thinking our problem is. We don't know what fucking militant group is trying to clean the streets up." "Clean the streets up? Clean them up of what? Police?" Benson asked, incredulous. As his partner glared down on him, Ryan got up from behind his desk and came around it. "Well, our arguing ain't gonna solve our problem, so let's get downstairs and rap to a few of our clients." Benson shrugged his shoulders in despair. "I'm trying to still make something out of your idea, Ryan. I definitely agree with you on a militant organization being behind it. It makes sense of some sort. I mean, this is not being done by just some guy out in the street who hates cops. It's more than one man involved. So it makes sense that an organization is the key. But which one? We don't have that yet, but if we f*** around and dig deep enough, buddy, I think we could come up with something," Ryan stated as he led the way towards the elevator. The men rode downstairs in silence. They spoke to the guard on the 9th floor, then waited until the men went in the rear where the prisoners were held. There was a large steel door separating the guards from the prisoners. On one side was an enclosed room with wire mesh that the prisoner had to talk through whenever his lawyer came up to see him. The room was not for visitors. In a matter of minutes, the guard was back. He had to wait until his partner opened the door from the inside, allowing him to come into the large room where the guards sat at their desks. None of the guards were armed, and the two detectives had to check their weapons before the guards will allow them to take the prisoner down to the corridor to one of the empty interrogation rooms. The prisoner, short, brown-skinned, and with a dirty beard, followed along behind the guard. The man was silent, watching the developments quietly. He waited until the two detectives had entered the room and closed the door before saying anything. "What's the deal, man?" he inquired in a cold voice, staring from one officer to the other. "We just want to have a few words with you," Ryan said softly. "If you want to help yourself, you can." The man shrugged his shoulders. "I don't know anybody who sells drugs, Mac, so it's a waste of your fucking time bugging me about pushers, 'cause I don't give a fuck how long you keep me down here. You ain't gonna make no fucking snitch out of me." Benson let out a soft laugh. "Did you hear anybody ask you about any pushers?" He glanced down at the brown folder that Ryan had been carrying. "Johnson. Edward Johnson. That's your real name, isn't it?" The black man glanced over at Benson as if he was seeing him for the first time. "Ain't that what they got down there?" Seeing that the man was going to be hostile, Ryan spoke up. "Have a seat, Johnson. Would you care for a cigarette?" The man ignored the outstretched pack of cigarettes and reached over and removed the butt out of the ashtray to light up. The men got the message at once. This one was going to be hard to get along with. "Now, Johnson," Ryan began again, trying to bridge the gap, "we didn't have you brought in here to bug you. We just want to ask you a few questions." John stared at the policeman as though he was something from another world. "Listen, Mac," he said in that cold, matter-of-fact voice of his. "I know what you guys think about dope fiends, but it ain't like that with all of us. Every addict you pick up ain't no informer, so quit wasting your time and mine. I ain't got shit to say to you. I wouldn't give you motherfuckers the time of day. Can you dig it?" It looks as if this guy wants to spend the whole 72 hours in the lockup, don't it? Benson said to his partner, ignoring the man. Johnson spit on the floor. "I ain't spending a motherfucking thing nowhere, Mac. I'm bailing out of this dump today. I was just waiting to see the detectives. You guys picked me up on a meatball. I ain't robbed nobody, so you ain't got no case on me, and you ain't got no reason to hold me. Now, if you're finished with me, I'll go on back and wait for my lawyer to call me out." Benson caught his partner's eye, and Ryan nodded slowly. "Hey, Depp," Benson called out. "Get this character out of here." He turned his back on the prisoner. Guys like him gave Benson the... He could hardly keep from kicking the shit out of the man. He hated them, every fucking one of the smart bastards that came off the streets with that attitude. When the guard arrived, Benson said, "Take this one back and bring us the other guy." Johnson walked out without saying anything to the two detectives. He sneered at the deputy as he fell in step. "My lawyer ain't out there nowhere, is he?" he inquired, loud enough for the two detectives to hear. "Some of them are like that," Ryan said, tossing his hands in the air. "Maybe the other one won't be so hard." The detective studied the folder of the other prisoner. Brown. James Brown. "The guy has got a famous name anyway," Ryan said. The other guard came forward, leading a tall, dark-complexioned man who looked to be in his early 40s. The man came in, bent over, and it was easy to see that he was sick. He was going through the withdrawal symptoms of true drug addiction. His nose was running, and tears ran out of his eyes as big as pennies. "Hey, man," he said as he took the seat offered to him. "Why you guys rousing me like this? I wasn't doing nothing but going down to the street to cop. Then these fucking cops jump out on me and said I knocked off a drugstore. I wasn't even near the damn place, man." "We know, Brown. We're going to help you out, too, if you give us a little help," Ryan said softly as he watched the man's hand shake. "Yeah, Brown. If you help us, you'll be on your way home in the next hour," Benson said. The mention of going home changed the man's features. It was like the sun breaking through on a rainy day. He even managed to smile slightly. "Man, if I can help you, I'll do whatever I can." "Good, but don't give us no shit here," Benson said harshly, leaning on the man and playing the role of the tough cop. The man glanced over his shoulder at Benson. "Hey, man, why you want to give me a hard time? I ain't giving you guys no problems, am I?" "Who's your pusher?" Ryan asked sharply, not giving the man time to set himself. Brown began to shift around in his chair, and he mumbled the name under his breath. "It's Little Dave," he said louder when Benson nudged him in the back. "Does he deliver, or do you go to his house?" Ryan asked quickly. "Nah, man," Brown answered softly, glancing around. "Hey, man, this shit ain't going no further, is it? A guy could get killed real quick for saying as much as I've said already." "Don't worry about it, James. It ain't going no damn further than this room. We just want to see if you're going to act nice or be..." Ryan replied. "How do you get your mess from him?" Benson asked sharply. "You got the guy's address?" "Nah, man. He comes up on the corner every day at the same time. 2 o'clock, you dig? If you want to cop, you had better be up there by then." For the next half an hour, they talked to the man, writing down information that would help the narcotics department but wouldn't help them. Finally, Benson put forth the question they had been building up to. Who the hell are these guys? Or what's the name of this gang of punks who think they can knock off all the white cops in the city, James? I know you've heard something about it, man, so level up with us on it. Brown shook his head. I've heard guys talk about it, man, but they didn't know what the hell was going on, you know what I mean? Guys get together and shit like this comes up, but nobody downtown knows the names of the people responsible for it. I'm telling you the real, man, because if I knew, I'd tell you, it don't do me no good for these guys to make the streets so hot. I can't walk down on them. This is the truth, man. I done gave you guys my pusher's name, so you know I'd gladly tell you the name of whoever these punks are. The two officers glanced at each other. Sure, the man was telling the truth. Listen, man, Brown began, his voice holding on a whining note. If you guys kick me out on the bricks, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll keep my eyes open for you. I'll keep my ears open for you. Really, man, give me a number, and the first time I hear something dealing with this, I'll get right in touch with you guys. I know it will be a feather in your caps to bust this one wide open, so please give me a break. I can't help you from in here, but outside, you never know. These kinds of things have a way of being talked about. You know what I mean? He glanced from one officer to the other one, hoping that his plea didn't fall on deaf ears. I mean it, guys. I really do. Really, I do. It don't make sense keeping me in here for nothing. I'm sick now. Oh, man, by this time tomorrow, I'll be climbing the walls. Ryan caught his partner's eye. Benson gave him a nod. It was okay with him. They could use an informer on the streets. Listen, Brown, if we cut you loose, don't give us no shit, 'cause we can have you picked up any fucking time we feel like it. Now, if we do free you, we want to hear something from you, you understand? By this time next week, if we ain't hear from you, yeah, had it. Do I make myself clear? Ryan said to the shaking man. I hear you, man. You mean you really gonna kick me out the front door and let me go? He couldn't believe his luck. He watched Ryan write down a number, then push it across to him. This is our number. I'm Ryan, that's Benson. You better be in touch with one of us by this time next week, or you won't be so lucky next time. We'll let you rot in here if you give us a snow job. Ryan turned to his partner. You want to go up front and clear this matter up so that Brown can go home? Benson glanced down at Brown. Yeah, I'll do it this time, but this bastard better produce for us, he said as he started for the door. Brown followed him with his eyes. He still couldn't believe his luck. These two cops were heavy bastards at that. It might pay off in the long run for him to work for them. Whenever he got busted on some chicken case, all he had to do would be to give them a ring and they could spring him. You know, Brown began, trying to find out just how far he could go with these guys. If I should help you guys out, maybe sometime I need a favor out of you, you know what I mean? He inquired in that whining voice of his. Ryan stared at the junkie. Yeah, I know what you mean, he said, getting sick of the sight of him. Informers had a way of doing that to him. For some reason, he ended up hating every one of them that he did business with. You mean that if you get busted for something small, you want us to come to your rescue, huh? Ryan asked sharply. Brown couldn't look him in the eye. I mean something like that. If I help you guys through this one, I'd feel like you owe me a favor, 'cause this is a big one, ain't it? For a minute, Ryan hesitated, then said slowly, yeah, it's a big one, all right. What difference did it make if he pulled some strings and got the man out of jail on some petty charge? If the man helped break this murder case, it would sure in the hell be worth it. Yeah, Brown, you get me some information on who's responsible for these cop killings, and I'll surely owe you some favors. Knowing that he would soon be going home made a new man out of Brown. He smiled now as he talked to the detective. You got the right boy here, Mr. Ryan. Yes, sirree. When James Brown says he's going to do something, man, you could bet your last dollar he's going to do it. As he listened to the man talk, Ryan really believed him. The only reason Brown didn't help them would be because he couldn't find out anything. But if the man was sincere, he should hear something in the streets that would help them. Benson came back in the room. It's all taken care of. The paperwork will take a few minutes. Then this guy can walk. Our boy Brown here says he's going to help us bust this case wide open. All he wants for this help is a little favor every now and then, Ryan stated. Uh-huh, Benson said and leaned on the desk. Hey, Brown, did you by any chance know anything about this guy Jojo that got off with his wife and kid? I hear the guy was dealing, so you should have heard something about it, right? Benson asked quietly. Nah, man, it wasn't downtown, was it? I ain't hear a word about it. If it don't go down around John R. or Brush, it's way out of my district, you know what I mean? That's why I say it was out of my hangout, 'cause I ain't never heard of this guy. You say he was dealing? Well, it sure wasn't downtown. Maybe these guys who are knocking off these cops are out of your district too. If that's the case, you won't be much help to us after all, Brown, Ryan stated, feeling the man out. Nah, man, this is different. This thing is big. Everybody in the city is talking about it. I mean, 4 cops get knocked off at the same time. This is something to be let out. I just can't believe whoever done it will stay in the shadows. Somebody's gonna talk, and I promise you guys, I'll be listening. Benson glared at him. I promise you that you'd better be listening too, he said, just as the deputy knocked on the door. The 2 detectives watched their bird go out, each one hoping that their long shot will pay off. Chapter 8. The apartment was still dark when Carol got up and pulled back the drapes. The sun came in, flooding the room with the morning's rays. Jackie remained stretched out on the bed, watching her as she moved about the room. She wasn't a beauty, but she had a personality, and that's what counted in his book. Ever since he had met the woman, he had begun to become involved with her. Their relationship was the cause of his getting so involved with Kenyatta, a relationship that he wasn't too happy about.
You think Billy is up yet?
She asked, climbing across the bed and kissing him on the cheek. Jackie grinned. I could care less if Billy is up or not. Why are you worried about Billy this morning?
I was going to fix some breakfast for everybody, honey. You want 3 eggs or 4?
He watched her try to put her hand behind her back in a subconscious move. Since she only had 3 fingers on her right hand, she was self-conscious about it. Jackie pulled her arm from around her back and kissed her deformed hand. She blushed as she tried to pull away.
Please, honey, don't do that,
she begged as she struggled with him.
You know I'm embarrassed when you do that.
And that shit, he growled. I want you to stop hiding your hand behind your back. When you stop hiding it, I'll stop embarrassing you. Carol smiled down at him.
Okay, Jack and the Beanstalk. I dig where you're coming from. Now how about us getting up and having some food?
Jackie let her go reluctantly. He watched her walk across the floor until she went into the living room. He listened and heard the exchange between her and Billy. Yeah, he told himself, it was time to get up. Maybe he'd take in a show or something. The thought of a movie made him remember the shape of his bankroll. Working with Kenyatta didn't put any money in their pockets, that was for sure. That dedication shit was for the birds. Killing all the dope men in the city. He could care less about who sold dope. It would be good to knock them off for their bread, though. That was what he'd been waiting for. That, and when Kenyatta finally got his hands on that list he was always talking about, so they could make a hit on the big men. Any big man should be loaded with dough. They had to keep money around the house in big stacks because it came in that way. Nobody could run to the bank with 10 grand every day and not get busted for it. No, Kenyatta might not be worried about the money, but he and Billy sure were. They had gotten into it so tight with Kenyatta that he would send them out on a job and put one of them in charge. He knew now from experience that they were pros. Come on, get your long out of that bed, Billy yelled from the doorway. Carol must be wearing you out, man. Billy silently watched Jackie climb out of the bed. Carol was good for the man, Billy thought as he studied his partner. She was the first girl he had ever known Jackie to allow to stay with him. He had let some women stay overnight, but after that, he sent them on their way. Carol, for some reason, had touched that spot inside of the big man. "Come on in, brother," Jackie called out as he put on his pants. "Carol's getting us some grub together, man. Why don't you find yourself a seat on the bed there if you want to? Just push that out of your way." For some reason, he felt good this morning. He generally got up wanting some dope, but this morning he didn't care for the stuff. As he thought about it, he realized that it had been 3 or 4 days since he wanted to snort in the morning. Ever since Carol came along, actually. He told Billy this. "Yeah, man, I noticed the fact that you wasn't blowing as much as you had been," Billy replied quickly. "It's showing up on you, too. You're gaining back some of that weight you were losing, my man." Jackie grinned over at his partner. "Yeah, man, she seems to be agreeable to my system, don't she?" Both men laughed together. Then Jackie continued. "I've been thinking, Billy, we've got to knock off something. Our rent is coming due, and I don't have my share of the bread." "Shh, I don't have mine either," Billy replied evenly. "But we'll find something to knock over before then, I'm sure of it." "Yeah, but I don't want to have to knock off some poor bastard for petty change. I want the next job to be big enough so that we won't have to work for quite a while." Billy shook his head in agreement. "Why you think we've been wasting our time buttering up Kenyatta's mad for? Not for the joy of it, I hope," he replied shortly. "Now that we got this guy's faith, he'll loan us the men we need to knock off that food stand place." "I know you're right about that," Jackie replied. "I know you and Kenyatta have been talking, but has he said anything about it?" "Yeah, baby boy, he sure has. You know he needs that 10 grand to pay for that list he wants so bad. Damn, that's a lot of money for just a gang of names. But he's really going to set that cash out, so he wants up on a big job. We've talked about it, even to the point of his helping plan the thing. You know, that big black bastard can really plan something whenever he sets his mind to it," Billy stated, removing his cigarettes and lighting one. "Be sure to use the ashtray. I don't want my room like yours," Jackie said good-naturedly. "You know, partner, if the disorder of my room disturbs you, all you have to do is loan me Carol for a little while, and I'm sure she can straighten out that small matter." "No thanks, Billy. She ain't no maid. When you take off this big caper, try hiring you a good maid. It shouldn't be too hard if your buck is right."
"Hey in there, you guys gonna talk all morning? Or you guys gonna eat?"
Carol called out from the dining room. Both men got up quickly and went towards the kitchen. Carol had taken the time to set the dining room table for them. They both smiled. They weren't used to getting such wonderful treatment. The breakfast consisted of eggs and bacon, plus some toast. She had steaming hot coffee waiting for them too. The two men ate in silence, enjoying the well-prepared food. Carol watched the meat, happy to be wanted. She enjoyed the company of these men, who got along so well.
"Are you going over to Kenyatta's today?"
she inquired, as the men washed down their food with the hot coffee. Neither man answered her right off. Jackie glanced over at Billy and waited for him to reply.
"Well?"
Carol asked.
"Has the cat got both your tongues?"
"What do you think about it, Jackie?" Billy asked, still undecided. "It's not what I think. It's what kind of shape we're in. I think we had better go over and get something together with the man. I mean, I'm down to my last $10 bill, Billy. I don't know how you're fixed for cash, but my bankroll is finished." Billy nodded his head in agreement. "It's kind of bad then. I'm damn near in the same shape. I got about $25, but it ain't going to last no time." He pushed back from the table. "I'd say we run over and talk to him about that deal we were kicking around."
"Jackie, I got a few dollars, honey,"
Carol stated softly, so that he had to almost lean over to hear what she said. "What?" he exclaimed, but before she repeated herself, he continued, proving that he had heard what she said after all. "Nah, baby, I don't want to take your chump change. In fact, I don't really need it, Carol. I'm going to set some cash together real soon, but if I should get uptight, I'll let you know." He smiled at her, letting her know that he appreciated the offer. "Damn," Billy exclaimed, stretching out on the couch. "That food really hit the spot. I'm so full, I can hardly move. We're going to have to start having you get it together for us more often, Carol." He opened up his belt to give his stomach room. I shouldn't have drunk all that damn coffee. I'm not used to eating a big breakfast, you know.
Jackie,
She called out.
when you go over to Kenyatta's, can I go too? I don't feel like going home and sitting around, so I might as well get out into the streets with you guys.
She knew that Jackie was actually jealous of the time she spent at Kenyatta's club. But she had been a member for over a year now, and as she told him, she wasn't about to give it up. She believed in what the man was doing in trying to clean up the ghettos of dope pushers and pimps. No other organization was really doing anything, and she could see the results of Kenyatta's work. He had cleaned the streets since the pimps had moved their girls. It had been too much trouble fighting with Kenyatta's dedicated men. They were fools, so the pimps thought, but dangerous fools. With his stomach protruding further than necessary, Jackie came into the front room and flopped down in a chair. We might as well get on over there and lay it down to Kenyatta, man, 'cause we got to have the bread. Billy let out a sigh, then pushed up from the chair. Let's get on with it then, he stated, tightening his belt. Damn, whenever you make your mind to go, you don't waste any time, do you? Jackie replied. Hey, Carol, if you don't want to get left behind, you better shake a leg. We're getting ready to pull up, honey. Before the words were out of his mouth, Carol came running out of the bedroom.
I'm ready, honey. I was just straightening up some things.
She was smiling brightly. Jackie took her arm and led her out of the apartment. Billy followed behind, closing the door and locking it. They piled in the car, with Billy behind the steering wheel. When they reached Kenyatta's club, there was another group of men loitering outside. This time, they were recognized by a few of the men. Names were mentioned, and one man spoke to Carol, bringing a scowl to Jackie's face. The girl at the desk was a different one this time, but Billy and Jackie still knew her. They walked past the desk and knocked on the door. Come on in, Kenyatta called out. The small group of people went in, closing the door behind them. No one was in the office except Kenyatta's woman and him. What's happening, baby? Kenyatta said from behind the desk where he was going over a diagram. I got something here you guys might be interested in, he said as they came up. He stood up and showed them the blueprint he had unfolded on his desk. It was the layout of the food stamp building. Billy smiled broadly. I got to give you credit, Kenyatta. You don't waste any f***ing time, man. That's what we came over to talk to you about, and you're already on the case. Kenyatta smiled back at the men. When it comes to big cash, man, I cannot afford to waste time. I need money, just like you do. This joint here takes plenty of that shit to run, plus my farm. He grinned as the men looked surprised. Yeah, brother, I got a farm. Where do you think I train my people at? Not in this motherfucker, I hope. What kind of fucking farm? Billy asked, not really believing Kenyatta yet. Just an ordinary farm, brother. Out in what you city boys would call a rural area, out around 14 Mile Road. We ain't got but 20 acres of farming land, but it's ours. We go out and picnic at times, ride the few horses we got out there, and shit like that. Sometimes, when we have dope fiends join up, we send them out there to clean out their systems. You know, the good, clean country air and all that shit. But it's true. It's nice and clean out there. A man can get his thoughts together. Hey, man, someday you gotta take us out there, Jackie said excitedly. Kenyatta looked at him seriously. I don't mean any disrespect, brothers, but we don't allow outsiders on the farm. You have to be in the organization to go out there. Bullshit, Billy stated coldly. You're the fucking organization, Kenyatta. You make the rules. If you say we can go, we can go. Ain't nobody to say no except you. Kenyatta had to grin, even though he didn't want to admit the man's words were true. Okay, you win that one. If you guys ever need a hiding place, I'll personally put the farm at your disposal. Good. That's a whole lot better. When we fuck around with a guy, we like for him to be for real with us. Because we are going to be for real with him, Billy replied quickly. Now let's get down to cases. When can we take this caper off? I see you've been checking it out now. So what's the damn holdup? Only this, Kenyatta said. Have you guys ever heard about a dope pusher called Little David? I have reason to believe he works for a big pusher or a supplier or something like that who goes by the name of Kingfisher. Jackie let out a whistle. Man, you're really talking about a big when you talk about the Kingfisher. He's big shit, all right. They don't come any bigger than that. Not if they're black anyway. Kenyatta drummed a pencil against his desktop as he listened. The is really that big, huh? His whole body seemed to be tense as he waited for the reply. He's bigger than big, man. He is the man. If he stopped handling stuff in the city, it would damn near dry up, Jackie continued, not noticing his partner trying desperately to catch his eye. I wonder why none of my boys would tell me the real about this cat. Maybe that's it. They thought he was too damn big for us to touch. Man, Jackie added quickly, not paying heed to Billy's loud moan. The guy's too big for you or us to go after. He's got some of the best hitmen in the world working for him. We are small potatoes when it comes to him. He don't bullshit, Ken. He'd come down on you so hard, man, you wouldn't know what hit you. From the glare that came into Kenyatta's eyes, Jackie should have been warned that his words were only building up Kenyatta's desire to hit the man. Well, Billy said, trying to change the subject, we ain't got the time now to worry about no dope dealer anyway. We're down to the point where we have to take off this job because we need money just to eat and sleep. Kenyatta continued as if he hadn't heard what Billy said. Now this punk, Little David, he's supposed to work for this guy, Kingfisher. He's one of his best pushers, so they tell me. Now, this punk has been warned twice to freeze from pushing junk downtown, but he hasn't paid any heed to it. Twice, Kenyatta said, repeating himself. We don't warn anybody more than twice. After that, his belongs to us. As he leaned on the desk with his arms under his chin, Billy stared Kenyatta in the eyes for one of the few times in his life. Maybe you didn't understand me, brother, but I said we ain't got the time to worry about no dope dealer. This is your thing, man. Now, if we weren't pressed for dough like we are, we might have the time to check this shit out for you, but not now. We are pressed, do you understand me, Kenyatta? Pressed for eating and sleeping cash. If we don't come up with it, we won't even have a pad to call our own. Yeah, I dig where you're coming from, Billy. But it's not as bad as you think. Kenyatta leaned back in his chair and pulled open his desk drawer. He removed a bundle of money that was still in a wrapper. He tossed it on the desk in front of Billy. Now, there's exactly $500 in that bundle. If by chance you're interested in what I've got for you, it's yours, plus 2 more bundles the same size as that one. All 3 of them are yours, if you want the job. What job? Billy asked, not bothering to pick up the bundle. He knew that anything Kenyatta paid for was trouble. If it wasn't, Kenyatta would have sent some of his own men out on the job. I want this punk Little David hit tonight. If it's at all possible, Kenyatta answered, closing his desk drawer. What I'd like to know, Kenyatta, is why wouldn't you save yourself some cash by sending your own people out on this job instead of paying us to do it for you? Billy inquired as he picked up the bundle and thumbed through it. That's a good question, Kenyatta answered slowly. Why don't I use my own men? Is simple. I don't have any people down here at the present time who are professional enough to send out on a job like this. Yes, up on the farm are people who could handle it, but they're busy training some new recruits. Now, the few people I do have down here have the nerve, but not the experience. You and your friend have both, the nerve and the experience. So I'd rather pay you to handle the job. That way, I know it's done right. For the first time, Billy glanced over at his partner to see how he was taking it. Jackie shrugged his shoulders, letting Billy know he didn't care one way or the other. It was up to Billy. If he took the job, they would handle it. Make it an even $2,000, Kenyatta, and we'll take care of it for you, Billy replied as he broke open the pack and split the money down into 2 even piles. He didn't even wait for Kenyatta's answer before he tossed his partner half the money. As Kenyatta watched this exchange between the 2 men, he slowly smiled that cold, calculating smile that never seemed to reach his eyes. If I had a dozen men like these 2, he was thinking, I could control the whole city. Well then, I take it we have a deal, Billy, he said, standing. Betty, would you and Carol mind running upstairs and fixing my friends a drink? I think we could all use one right now. He reached down and removed a brown folder from his desk. I believe you'll find everything you'll need to know and hear about little David, Billy. In fact, it's got everything in it but the time he's going to die. And I think you and Jackie can furnish that little bit of information now. Chapter 9. It had been slow. Billy and Jackie had sat in the car on John R. and watched little David take care of all his business. You know, Jackie, this punk has to be paying off somebody, 'cause the way he sells them drugs, I swear he had a license. Nobody, and I mean nobody in their right mind will sell drugs outright like that if they weren't paying off. They watched the man crumble the brown paper bag he had used to carry his drugs in. One of his bodyguards held a shopping bag that was full of the money the man had taken in. They had stood on a street corner in front of a restaurant and sold every package of dope he had in the bag. Now the men were preparing to go home. This was the 3rd day Billy and Jackie had watched. They knew where David would go from here. The man had an apartment downtown in one of the most expensive hotels. Looks like it's going to have to be like you said yesterday, Billy, Jackie stated from the passenger side of the car. We're going just have to hit all 3 of them, 'cause you ain't gonna catch him away from his babysitters. As they sat there, a tall, dark-complexioned man walked slowly past the car. They had observed him purchasing drugs from the pusher 2 days in a row. I wonder what's with that motherfucker, Jackie said sharply as he sat up and stared hard at the man. He seems to take an interest in us that I don't really like. Yeah, I noticed him checking us out yesterday, Jackie. What you think? Maybe we ought to lean on him a little. That way, he won't be so curious about other people next time. Jackie hesitated. I hate to bring attention down on us, you know. The less people that notice us, the better off we are. That bastard can identify us. I wonder who the f*** he is. Billy stared after the retreating man's back. There's one thing in our favor, though. We can identify him too, and he won't be hard to find. A junkie like him won't change his neighborhood too fast. Maybe we should take care of him first. He knows we've been watching David, so when we make the hit, he's going to put 2 and 2 together. Before they could make up their minds, the man disappeared in one of the 2-story buildings facing the street. I don't like this job no kind of way, Jackie stated slowly. I didn't really care for it when we got it and care even less for it now. It's kind of late in the day to be speaking against it now, ain't it, partner? Billy inquired as he started up the motor. The late model Cadillac that David used pulled up and he got in with his 2 bodyguards. The driver of the car hardly slowed down to pick the men up. You know, Billy said as he watched the car pull away from the curb, we can hit them going down the street. David always sits on the right side behind the driver, so we won't have to knock out nobody but him and the driver. That way, we make sure no kind of pursuit was behind us. You don't think the windows are bulletproof, do you? Jackie asked. Billy rubbed his chin. Nah, they ain't hardly bulletproof. The cat ain't that big, but too much could go wrong. You know how heavy the cops ride this way. It would be our fucking luck to make the hit, then run right into a squad car. Nah, man, it wouldn't work. Our luck just might be against us. Billy sat behind the wheel, undecided. He removed his cigarettes and lit one. He let his eyes run up and down the street, then slowly examined the other side of it. I think we should take a little walk, he said, and cut the motor. Jackie got out and stretched his long legs. Then the two men crossed the street. A pair of eyes from the hallway window 2 buildings down the street followed their every move. Billy led the way down the alley. Then he cut across a backyard until he reached the building he wanted. The back door was open wide, so the men didn't have any problem entering from the rear. Their heels sounded loud in the hallway. When they reached the front of the building, Billy stopped and glanced out. Then he led the way upstairs and checked the hallway windows looking out onto the front. We can either rent a room on the front or just bulldoze our way in. Or we can use the front doorway. Which one would you like, Jackie? I don't give a f*** one way or the other, Billy. Just let me know how the f*** we're supposed to get out of this dump after the hit is made. Now that's the next problem for us to figure out. Which is the quickest way out of this after the work is over? Billy spoke softly as he led the way back down the stairway. He stopped and examined the front door again. Yeah, Jackie, this might just be the quickest way. Use the doorway here. With both of us on the case, we shouldn't have to worry about somebody coming up on us and taking us by surprise. Nah, if we both look out close, we can handle it right from the hallway. Jackie just nodded his head in agreement. Whatever Billy came up with, he generally went along with it. It sounds cool, man. Now, if we can only find some place to put the car, we'll be all right. They went back out the way they came in. Billy led the way. He checked on the alley. No, I don't think the alley will work. The cops might see the car parked back there and pull back in the alley to check it out. They walked back towards the car in silence as Billy studied the few escape routes open to them. We ain't got too many choices, man. If we left one man in the car, then the other one will have to worry about somebody coming down the stairway and blowing their head. Jackie snapped his fingers. Why don't we use Carol, man? She can drive, and she's got all the nerve you can want. It was a few seconds before Billy would comment on Jackie's suggestion. Then he shook his head. We ain't never used anybody on a job with us before, man. I don't really like the idea, but if it would stop us from getting busted, I'd have to go along with it. The more Billy thought about the matter, the better he liked it. It might just work out at that, Jackie. I ain't worried about the broad. Kenyatta used her on that hit on the cops, so we know she's damn cool as far as not talking, or he never had pulled her along on that job. There's that motherfucker again, Jackie said suddenly as the tall, dark man saw them and hurried back into the building. If you see that motherfucker tomorrow when you're looking down that barrel, be sure to put a couple of well-placed slugs in his. That motherfucker could cause us a lot of trouble, Jackie stated seriously. Billy agreed with him wholeheartedly as he started the motor up. It will be the first time a bastard could put the finger on us, Jackie, but all we have to do is come in the back way so the bastard can't place us tomorrow. We make damn sure he doesn't see us. That's all. Billy wasn't as relaxed about it as he led on. When we find the time, we'll come back down and pay our nosy friend a little visit. Jackie, if by chance I forget about it, you remind me, Billy said as he pulled away from the curb. All that night, the two men sat up planning the next day's job. They went over it until each knew actually what he had to do. The car they were to use would be rented early in the morning under an assumed name. Next would come the weapons. Neither man wanted to be arrested with the weapons in the car. Using Carol would help them out there. She could drive the second car carrying the guns in it. Neither man got much sleep that night. Billy lay awake staring at the ceiling, while Jackie had Carol keep him company. He clutched the woman closely all night, making love to her off and on, until daybreak came streaming through his window. Then and only then did he finally fall asleep, and both men overslept. It was close to 12 o'clock before they got up. Carol allowed them to sleep late, then she got up and prepared them a quick breakfast. She woke her man first, then knocked on Billy's door. They got up and ate hurriedly, then prepared to leave, picking up the guns and putting them in the trunk of the rented car Carol was to drive. One rifle with a scope on it, plus 2 .38s in case they had to shoot their way out of the building. After that, they were ready. They parked the first car on Woodward in front of the Holiday Inn on the street. If everything went right, they'd transfer over to this car and leave the one they were riding in. Then they climbed into the car with Carol, and she drove slowly toward their destination. In a matter of minutes, they were there. Undecided on whether or not she should turn up in the alley, Carol slowed down, but Billy spoke up. "Keep on going, honey. We're going to get out on that side street and cut through some yards." He glanced down on his watch. "Everybody check their watches," he ordered, remembering how Kenyatta had done it. "Carol, at exactly 5 minutes after 1, you pull into the alley. Make sure it's exactly 5 minutes after 1, because we'll be coming out of there at just that time. I'm going to leave the rifle behind so that we won't draw any attention that we don't want." "Well, looks like this is about it," Jackie said as Carol pulled up and parked where she was directed to. Both men got out and glanced up and down the street as Carol opened the trunk. The rifle was long, but it was in a wrapper. They stuck the pistols inside their pants, then hurried towards the nearest yard. They made their way through the yards, coming out in the rear of the house that they wanted. No one had really paid any attention to them. Just as on the day before, Billy led the way toward the front of the building. It was deserted except for an alley cat that ran at the sight of the two men. Billy glanced out of the broken window in the front doorway. As he observed the street, Jackie checked the hallway. If anyone was to come along while the men were getting ready to make their hit, Jackie was to hold them at gunpoint until after Billy cut down the dope pusher. Then and only then, Jackie was to cut the witness down with his pistol. "So far, so good," Jackie murmured. "Here comes our boy now," Billy stated, keeping Jackie up on what was happening out on the street. "Just like we hoped, the bastard continues to use the same routine day after day. He must not be able to sell the drugs from inside the pool room or restaurant, so he has to use the doorway over here. He's standing out on the sidewalk now, so he has to use that doorway over there. He's standing out on the sidewalk now, prancing for the women." David considered himself quite a ladies' man. While one of his lieutenants stood in the nearest doorway, taking care of the customers that came along, David stood out on the sidewalk collecting the money. After an addict paid him, he would tell the bodyguard nearest him what the man was buying. This man would relay the price of the buy to the man in the doorway, who would then give the addict what he paid for. If a bust ever went down, the only man who could really end up with a case was the one in the doorway, because he was the only one with drugs in his possession. Only if funny money was used could David end up with a case, but he had a fighting chance because the addicts never got the drugs directly from him. Billy took his time and removed the rifle from the cover. He checked out the scope. Then he took deliberate aim, zeroing in on David's small chest. The sound of the rifle going off in the hallway was loud, almost busting the eardrums of the two men. As David was thrown back by the strong blow, Billy took aim and hit him again. He searched the street quickly for the drug addict they wanted, but the man was nowhere in sight. He didn't have to wipe the gun off because he had used a pair of light rubber gloves. He just dropped the rifle and started swiftly down the hall. Jackie was right at his heels. A man started to open his door to glance out, and Jackie snapped off a quick shot at the man's head. At the sound of the gunshot, other doors that had started to open quickly closed. The two men made their way out of the building without anyone really getting a good look at them. Billy glanced at his watch as they made their way through the yard. He realized at once that he had made the kill too quickly. Now, they would have to wait at least 1 minute for their ride. "We're going to be early, Jackie. I should have held up, and then this shit would have gone off like clockwork." Jackie gave his frequently used shrug, which meant he didn't give a one way or the other. When they reached their destinations, the car hadn't arrived. The men stepped back out of sight in a gangway and waited. Carol arrived 30 seconds later, to both men's joy. They rushed out and jumped in the car before it had even stopped. Then they ducked down so that it looked as if she was alone. Carol drove slowly through the alley. When she reached Brush Street, she pulled out into the oncoming traffic slowly, making sure she didn't break any laws. Suddenly, as she moved down the street with the traffic, a police car pulled up beside her. She smiled politely at the black officer on the passenger side. The officer smiled back, flirting with her. Then the driver of the police car put on his lights and they took off with the sirens screaming.
Looks like we're just about home free,
she said as she turned off and headed for their other car. Chapter 10. On the outskirts of town, in the penthouse of a swank apartment building, the phone rang softly. A man in a dark business suit picked up the receiver and spoke into it for a few seconds. Then he hung up. He made his way to the rear of the penthouse, where the inside swimming pool was located. "Kingfisher," he called out in a low voice. "Somebody just knocked off that little punk David." "Who the hell is David?" a tall, tan-complexioned black man asked. His voice had a mellow sound to it, yet it was firm. One could tell he was used to giving orders. "You know," the man said again, trying not to speak too loudly. "Little David, the kid that handles that East Side action downtown. You got it together now, boss?" The Kingfisher waved his hand at the beautiful woman lying on the rug next to him. "Go fix yourself a drink, Vicky. Take a long time while you're at it." He waited until the white girl in the bikini disappeared before he spoke again. The swinging of her well-shaped hips was enough to hold any man's attention, but with the walk she had, it drew them like flies. "Pretty good-looking stuff, huh?" Kingfisher asked. "You always pick the best," the man answered truthfully. "I just wish I had your taste." "Taste hell. Money, you mean, don't you, Sam?" Kingfisher inquired sharply. "Now what's this shit about little David getting hit?" "That's it, boss. Somebody took a rifle and knocked him out of the box from across the street. He was on our corner getting rid of the dope when he was hit. There was no attempt to rob him or nothing, just a straight-out hit." Kingfisher stood up. He was tall, at least 2 inches over 6 feet. His hair was graying around the edges, still wavy from the last process he had gotten. His dark eyes glittered dangerously as he started to pace up and down alongside his pole. "So the kid was right after all," Kingfisher stated after a minute. "You know he called and told me he had been warned about selling drugs in the city? Seems as if some fucking organization is out to close down all pushers. I told him, don't worry about it. I'd handle it from here. So now he's dead, and ain't nothing been done." Kingfisher stopped his pacing. "Who the hell did I put on the job of checking this shit out?" He glared at Sam. "Do you remember anything about this shit, Sam? Didn't I say I was going to send somebody downtown to check this shit out?" "Yeah, boss. You were going to send somebody. Then I think it slipped your mind, 'cause you didn't say anything else about it." "You should have reminded me about it, Sam. What's wrong with you, man? You falling down on the job?" Kingfisher glared at his bodyguard. He had to blame somebody for it, though he knew he was totally responsible for what had happened. He hadn't taken care of his business. "It's something little David told me, too," Kingfisher continued. "The kid said the warning was for me also, and I only laughed about it." The Kingfisher fell silent then, as he realized that he could have been knocked out of the box just like David had been. Neither one of them had taken the warning to heart, and now David was dead. "Sam, I want you to put some of our best men on this. Let the word out that I'm giving up $5,000 for word on who made this hit. Then we'll see. Yeah, we'll get to the bottom of this shit, and quick." "Okay, boss. Sam answered, glad that the big man had forgotten to hold Sam responsible for not reminding him about the trouble. Things like that could get a guy killed, Sam reflected as he waited for the rest of his orders. Now, all he wanted to do was get out of the Kingfisher's sight for a while, because it was a bad place to be when the Kingfisher was aroused. Have Vicky bring me out a drink when she comes back, Sam, and also tell the boys to double-check anybody who tries to come in to see me. We had better make sure everybody is checked out real close. And man, I want you to personally see to it that my orders are carried out. No more mistakes, Sam. You dig where I'm coming from? No more mistakes. I don't like to take chances on my life, and it looks like we just took a big one. Okay, King. I'll handle everything just like you want it done, Sam answered, starting to back out. Okay, Sam. Get in touch with little David's boys and put one of his closest men in charge. Use one that knows just how the operation goes. We'll continue to supply them with stuff, but make sure you pick a winner, man. Don't come up with no punk who might end up one day turning state's evidence against us, Kingfisher ordered, waving his hand to add emphasis to his order. The huge diamond on his finger glittered wildly as his hand went back and forth. Also be sure to find out the name of this organization that's trying to put the pushers out of business. I want this tonight, Sam. Tonight. Do you understand? Sam understood only too well. He almost broke and ran from the room. He had a lot to do, and he would have to put pressure on those under him. When the boss got scared, there was no telling what he might do, and the boss was scared now. Anytime someone got knocked off in their organization, the boss got shook. For a heavy-set man, Sam moved swiftly. He weighed over 200 pounds. He was an ex-boxer and policeman. He had gotten caught taking bribes and was kicked off the force. But since then, he'd made more money than he'd ever dream of. So he hadn't really lost anything except a steady job that took up too much of his time. Working for the Kingfisher was a sweet job, except for times like this. Well, it wouldn't last. Whoever the upstart was would be quickly taken care of. Sam would personally see to that. His very existence depended on it. Back in the ghetto, Kenyatta had just heard the news by phone. He broke out some expensive wine and was drinking it when his two hitmen came to the door. Hey, what you gonna say? He yelled in greeting. You know, Billy, you boys are better than I've realized. You don't waste my time, do you? He smiled at the men, then called out to Betty. Honey, find some more glasses so that we can get our brothers here relaxed. I know they love to have a glass of this good wine. Billy flopped down in his chair. Yeah, I could use some if it's cold, he said as he straightened out his legs. The butterflies inside his stomach were just beginning to leave. It took a while after a job for him to relax. How did everything go? Kenyatta inquired as the men made themselves comfortable. Just like clockwork, Jackie said, popping his fingers. You couldn't ask for a better job. It was pure sweetness. Uh-huh, Kenyatta mumbled as he pulled his desk drawer open. He removed the packs of money and tossed them on the desk. I think these belong to you boys, he said, leaning back in his chair. He watched Jackie pick up the money. The man took the 3 bundles, tossed one to Billy, stuck one in his pocket, and tossed the other one to Carol. We didn't talk about it, Billy, but I feel as if she earned one, man, he said, shaking his head as she attempted to give the bundle back. Keep it, baby. If I didn't want you to have it, woman, I wouldn't have given it to you. Billy laughed loudly. He's right, Carol. You really earned it, girl. When I saw that car pull up in the alley, I would have gladly given you all 3 of these joints just for that lift. You could say that again, Jackie added. My was shaking like a dog eating pumpkin seeds and turds. It wasn't all that bad. You guys just said it went like a dream, didn't you? Kenyatta asked, curious. We got there a minute before our ride was supposed to arrive. You know that timing is the key to everything, man. If your timing is off, you can blow the whole fucking caper. Kenyatta shook his head in agreement. Timing was one of the points he was trying to drill into his military men up at the farm. It was all important. Without it, you might as well hope for blind luck. Now that you boys have got that over with, I guess you'll want to take a rest. Now that you boys have got that over with, I guess you'll want to take a rest before knocking off that food stamp joint, huh? Not hardly, man. We need the bread. This little shit we made from you ain't about nothing, man. We use it for around money. Nah, we're still ready to knock off that joint, Kenyatta, whenever you make up your mind to go for it. It's gratifying as hell to run into some guys so dedicated, Kenyatta replied as he studied the men. But all work and no play is bad for your health, man. So I'm gonna give a little party for you guys. After that, then we'll get down to business, okay? What the hell? Billy answered. Why not? We might as well enjoy ourselves. Money ain't shit if you can't find the time to have fun with it. That's the spirit, Billy, Kenyatta said. Let's let our hair down for a minute. Suppose I set up for tonight. That way, we can have big fun and not waste too much time. The men laughed together. It was a relaxing time. They had taken off a hard job, and now it was time to enjoy themselves. When Betty returned with the drinks and Kenyatta told her about the party, she smiled brightly.
Hey, Daddy, that should be real hip. We ain't really swung around here in quite a while.
The sound of her voice was like bells tinkling. Billy couldn't help but stare at her. I sure hope there's another girl in your organization like Betty, man. If so, I might even join up. Kenyatta started to say something hip in return, but he saw the hunger in the man's eyes and knew that he was looking at a lonely person. I'm sure you'll be able to find somebody who will knock you to your knees, Billy. He hesitated, then said, Betty, you know what? I was thinking about calling the guys and girls out at the farm. Tell them I said to start a barbecue and to put some beer and wine on ice. We're on our way. He glanced over to the men. We can have more fun out there than we'll ever have here. Let's gas up and head for the country. I'll bet it will be something you two will never forget. Chapter 11. It was a small convoy that drove out of town. There were 6 carloads of men and women traveling to enjoy the party. Billy and Jackie rode alone with Carol. She sat in the middle while Billy did the driving. Kenyatta was driving the lead car with Betty, and another couple made use of the back seat. They hadn't been driving over an hour before Kenyatta pulled off the freeway and headed down a 2-way highway. The houses began to get farther and farther apart until nothing more than an occasional farmhouse could be seen. Kenyatta turned off the paved road and led them down a dirt one. The dust coming off his tires was so heavy that at times Billy could hardly see ahead. Finally, the lead car turned into a pathway that led up to a large white farmhouse. As the men gazed out of the window, they could see people coming out of the 6 smaller houses that surrounded the large white frame one. People were everywhere, smiling and waving as they drove up. Those little houses are for married couples, Carol informed them. Hey, baby, are my eyes playing tricks on me, or are those really cows I see back there behind the building? Jackie asked curiously.
Yes, honey, they're cows, and we've also got some pigs and chickens on the place.
Carol answered with a note of pride in her voice. "We," Billy remarked with sarcasm. "You mean to say you believe Kenyatta will share this shit with the rest of you?" "You don't have to believe if you don't want to, Billy, but everything on this place belongs to everybody in the organization. Anyone who wants to can move out here and live rent-free. Where else can a black person stay rent-free, food-free, and everything else free? When they eat pig, you eat pig. That's why I say it's ours. If I want to, I can move out here for the rest of my life. No more worry about the rent and the rest of that shit that bugs the ordinary person in the city." "Sounds good, honey. Now all you got to do is talk Jackie into joining up and moving out here with you, and you can relax for the rest of your life." Funny, funny, funny. "You know, Billy, I never realized in all this time that you're a real funny guy," Jackie said, with no humor in his voice.
Now don't you two start fussing. It ain't nothing wrong with what he said, Jackie. If you and I were to move out here, what would be so bad about it?
She glanced over at him, her eyes large and shining. "Well, honey, when you put it like that, I can't see anything wrong with it," Jackie replied. Billy smiled encouragingly as they got out of the car. "Find me a girl like Betty, Carol, and I'd gladly move out here with her." It might have been said in a joking manner, but she could read the seriousness in his voice. "He's really got a case on Betty," she thought silently, as she took both men's arms and led them up the path towards the house. People were waving and calling out to her as they got closer and closer to the farmhouse until she had to release them so she could wave at friends. "Everybody does look healthy and happy," Jackie stated as he examined the faces they passed. "I mean, these guys and gals really look like they dig this country life."
Why do you think so many of our members are out here on the farm instead of back in the city at our club?
she asked seriously. "I thought they were out here going through some kind of training," Billy replied.
Some of them are, but most of them are finished with that job, and they'd rather stay out here than back there. You just have to stay out here to understand it, man. You don't have no police harassment, and for a black man, that is something in itself. A man can completely forget the color of his skin out here. It don't make no difference if you're black or green. Don't nobody bother you about it. Whereas back in the city, a black man is constantly on his guard because of the white pigs f***ing with him.
"Hey, young lady, that's strong language for one so tiny," Jackie warned her, holding her arm tightly. She smiled up at him.
Okay, sweet man, I'm warned. I won't forget I'm a lady again, okay?
He grinned. "It's all over you. There's nothing you can do about it." Carol stopped and introduced them to some people, then led them towards the rear of the house where the wonderful smells were coming from. In the back, there was an open barbecue pit with ribs piled high on it. Next to it were smaller pits with chickens and steaks cooking. An open tub was filled with beer cans and unopened bottles of wine.
It's not every day that they have a party out here, so they're really gonna let their hair down,
Carol warned as she took them by the arm and steered them towards the house. "Tell me something, Carol. Ain't all the girls spoken for out here?" Billy asked.
No way!
She answered quickly.
You see that little house over there?
She said and pointed her finger to show where she was talking about.
Well, that's where the single girls stay until they find a man they like and choose him. You'd be surprised just how many free ladies there are out here. I'd say at least 5 or 6 anyway.
5 or 6, huh? Well, that ain't too many, Billy replied seriously.
Well, how many do you need? I think 1 would be enough if you could find the right one,
Carol stated, getting angry with him, but not wanting to show it. She opened the back door and shoved them through. In the kitchen, 2 women were busy handling pots and pans.
Hi, Jean. Connie.
She quickly introduced her 2 escorts to the women, then continued on. Billy glanced back at the cute brown-skinned girl called Connie. "Hey, man, I really like what I seen just then, he stated. Carol just grinned and continued to lead them through the house. She took them upstairs and showed them the bedrooms.
You have to stay out here quite a while before you can get one of those,
she said.
These generally go to the people who work on the place and aren't going back to the city for quite a while. There's a long list of people waiting for them.
When they came back downstairs, Betty had a tall, dark-complexioned woman with her. She hurried over to them.
Hey, I got somebody for you to meet. This is Joy. Joy, the short one is Billy, and that tall guy happens to be Carol's love of life. His name is Jackie.
She stayed with them for a few minutes, then departed. Joy took Billy's arm, and they started walking around the farm. It was late evening before they ran into Kenyatta. With him was a tall, dark man whose head was as clean-shaven as Kenyatta's. As the two men stood in the firelight of the bonfires, they looked to be brothers. But as one got near them, it was obvious that the clean-shaven heads were the only thing the men had in common. Both men were tall, but where Kenyatta had a heavy beard, Ali, the brother next to him, had none. Both men had heavy black mustaches, yet there was a difference even in those. Ali's mustache came down in the style of Fu Manchu. Kenyatta noticed them near one of the large bonfires that had been made in the backyard. He came over with his companion. "Hey, brothers, I hope you've been having a good time," he inquired, in the way of a greeting, then continued. "This big bastard next to me is Ali. I guess you can call him my right-hand man. He runs the farm for me, or the club in the city whenever I'm out here. We generally switch around. One of us is always at one place or the other." The men quickly shook hands. Then Kenyatta noticed the woman with Billy. "I seen you found the finest black woman on the farm, Miss Joy. She's really something else, Billy," Kenyatta said as he reached out and pulled the woman over to him. He gave her a big bear hug. "This is Betty's aunt, Billy. Believe it or not, you can damn near tell from looking at them. They do resemble each other a little, but my woman is finer. I have to say, that's a matter of opinion," Billy replied truthfully as he grabbed her arm and pulled her back towards his side of the fire. Joy did resemble Betty slightly, but she was bigger. Her nose was longer, lips wider, hips bigger. Yet both women had the same walk. Billy had been overwhelmed by her since they had met, and now he was even more drawn to the woman. She was his kind of woman. He liked them tall and black, and after talking to her, he knew she was intelligent. For some reason, Joy was drawn to the short, husky man. She knew he liked her, and not for just the thought of going to bed with her either. She could tell the man was lonely, yet very choosy. He carried himself like a man, even in front of Kenyatta, where she had seen a lot of men give up their manhood unknowingly, going out of their way to be accepted by Kenyatta. That was one of the main reasons she hadn't chosen a man yet. Most of the ones she came in contact with out on the farm were followers, men who had to look up to another man to tell him what to do. She couldn't stand a man who didn't believe he was a leader. At once, she recognized this quality in Billy. He wasn't a follower. He led. She could tell that from the way Billy and Jackie got along. Billy was actually the leader. He didn't flaunt his leadership. It just came to him. She wrapped her arm around his.
Ken, you should have brought this man out here long ago. We're in dire need of men like him,
she stated in a husky voice. The group of men laughed. "Anyway, honey, I'm giving this small party for him and his partner, so maybe that will make up for my neglect." "I hope the sheriff don't come out," Jackie said as he stared around at the huge fires burning. "Seems to me one of your neighbors just might call them, seeing all these fires going." Kenyatta glanced at the bonfires. "If they should show up, we can handle it. But as far as neighbors, we don't have one closer than 5 miles. They leave us alone, and we do the same." How long are we gonna stay up here? Billy asked. Why? Don't tell me you're in a hurry to get back to the city. What are you, homesick? Nah, brother. That's why I'm asking. I ain't in no kind of hurry, Billy said seriously. He pinched Joy's arm and smiled at her. I could stay up here for the next year now. Kenyatta laughed loudly. Yeah, man, I think I understand right where you're coming from. But to answer your question, this party won't last but a day or two. Whenever we have one, it's generally over sometime the next day. So if you're tired by then, we'll be going back. Ali spoke up for the first time. I've had the cabin over there on your right fixed up for you guys. There's 2 bedrooms inside, so you have as much privacy as you could want. Good, Jackie said quickly. I was wondering if we'd have to sleep in the car because of my height. The idea of sleeping in the ride tonight didn't appeal to me. The way he said it made the small group of people laugh together. There was a feeling of warmth between them. It seemed to spread until everybody on the farm felt it. A feeling of brotherhood, black love, love for each other. As the night passed slowly, couples began to slip off into the darkness. The music coming from the house began to change. Instead of the hot, driving beat of soul that made you want to dance, it now became soft, lovers' music. Billy sat under a tree, nursing a drink, while holding Joy in his arms. He could feel the woman's heartbeat. Joy, I don't know how to say it, honey, but I wish I had come out here sooner and met you. It's as if a new world has opened for me. It's hard to believe that you don't have anybody. She smiled in the darkness, not used to jumping to conclusions. She hated to make a choice so soon, but still realized that it would have to be a quick decision.
Billy, I don't even know how to begin. I can't say I'm in love, but I can tell you I'm damn interested in you. But what kind of woman would you take me for if I gave myself to you tonight? I don't want you to think I'm some sort of tramp, honey.
For an answer, Billy kissed her lips until they were sealed. That's your answer, honey. How could I think anything about you except happiness? That's what you bring to me. Pure happiness. Again he kissed her, slowly. Their kisses were not wild, but full of tender passion.
Honey,
she began.
It's really too soon. How can either of us be sure? I mean, we just met, yet I feel as if we've known each other for years.
She removed her arms from around his neck.
Billy, I just don't want to be hurt again. The last man I loved tried to take advantage of me. When he found out I really cared, he wanted to make a out of me. It's not that I wouldn't work for my man, it's just that I don't believe a man could really love me if he wanted me to work the streets for him.
Darling, Billy began, the words sounding strange to his ears. Something like that you don't even have to worry about. Joy, I'm a man, and I think I get enough money for me and my woman. I know it's too soon to be talking about you being my lady, but give it some thought, aight? For an answer, Joy stood up and took his hand. She led the way across the farmyard towards a small white cabin sitting back in the dark. The door didn't take a key. It opened when she twisted the doorknob. Inside, the cabin was dark, and Joy felt around until she found the light switch. The small bulb lit the room dimly. Joy didn't stop in the small cabin's tiny front room, which was used for a kitchen also. There were 3 other doors leading from the front.
That door on your right, Billy, is the bathroom. The other door leads to the bedroom that Carol and Jackie will use. This is our room, honey,
she stated in a deep voice as she pushed open the door. The bed in the room was a simple wooden one, with a large mattress on it. Joy didn't waste any time after entering the room. She quickly slipped out of the blue jeans she had been wearing. Billy watched her out of the corner of his eyes. When she came out of the shirt she had on, he knew he had been right. He had sworn to himself all day that she didn't have a bra on. Now he knew he had been correct. He quickly took his clothes off. As he undressed, Joy pulled back the covers and jumped in the bed.
You may not believe it, honey, but you're the first man I've had in 6 months. I came out here about 4 months ago. Before that, I'd left my man and kept an apartment in the city on the west side with another girl.
She stopped for breath, then added.
So, Billy, you can't say you're getting a 6-month-old?
Laughter followed, low and deep, the sound of a happy woman. As Billy neared the bed, she opened her arms and stretched towards him. She gave him the feeling of being wanted. He came to her then, taking his time as he let himself down beside her. They embraced, kissing tenderly at first, then from the heat of their love, more violently as their passions became aroused. A low moan escaped from Billy as an enveloping awareness overcame him. His masculinity became he believed possible. It had never gotten. He could feel it vibrating between his legs like a plucked string, constant in its movements. When Joy's hand came under the sheets searching for his manhood, it came in contact with the steadily increasing. Her happy gasp of joy filled him with a joyous warmth. Billy clutched her to him tightly. It was all he could do to stop from having premature. His hands fumbled under the sheet, feeling only the softness of her skin. She ain't got nothing on, the words exploded in his mind. He felt the hairs on her body, which only aroused him more.
Come on, honey,
She moaned in his ear.
take me, Billy, take me.
It was more like an order than anything else. He wanted to take her, but tried to hold back. He didn't want to too soon. Her legs spread open, and he found himself on top of her, yet not remembering ever having climbed on top of her. The first time didn't last 30 seconds. He could feel himself. Joy never allowed him to stop. He screaming out silently against her neck. She pushed up against him, forcing him to stay. Her hips moved, grinding and twisting until he could feel himself. The second time was more controlled. This time, Billy knew what he was doing. He moved on top of her with practiced movements. From past experience, he knew how to please her. His movements matched hers. When she moaned with pleasure, he clutched her tighter. His hands pulled her soft, firm, even closer until she screamed out loud in her pleasure. For a time, they seemed to be struggling against each other. Both of them, from their prone positions, hunched each other with such force that it seemed as if someone would be hurt. Her screams became louder until Billy was sure everyone on the farm could hear them.
Damn, Daddy, don't stop now.
She cried out as she felt him beginning to. He couldn't help himself. It was there, and no matter how he tried, he couldn't stop the from cracking. In his final plunge, he managed to reach that certain spot that set her off. Joy tightened her grip on his wide shoulders and rode it out. This was the first time in her life any man had made her reach for his mouth. They began, one after the other, until she was weak. Billy remained on top of her, too weak to move. For a minute, he was like a dead man. Then the exhilaration was gone. All he could do was merely exist. Too weak to move, he remained on top of her as pleasant lethargy overcame him. The couple remained locked together until they heard a noise coming from the living room.
That must be Carol and her fellow,
Joy said as she shoved Billy off.
Honey, you can't make a home up there. I'm big, but not that large.
She added, then kissed him on the cheek as she rolled over. It was daybreak before Billy drifted off to sleep. Later on that afternoon, Kenyatta knocked on the door and entered when Billy called out to him, thinking it was Jackie. "What is this?" Kenyatta yelled out as he came strolling in. "What's the deal here? You people plan on staying in bed all day?" Joy snatched the covers over them quickly, but not quickly enough. "Damn, that was some pretty good peep I got. But don't worry, Joy. I've seen before. Maybe not quite as large as yours, girl, but enough not to get excited over them." "What brings you out so early?" Billy inquired, trying not to show his irritation. It was foolish of him, he realized, to be angry over Kenyatta's sudden appearance. But he was enjoying himself so much with Joy that he wouldn't have disliked any Warren's company right at that moment. "Don't worry, my man. This won't take but a few minutes. Then you can get back to whatever you were doing before I came barging in," Kenyatta replied. He walked over to the nightstand and picked up the half-empty cigarette pack. "I'm glad to see someone smokes my brand," he stated as he removed a cigarette from the pack. "Now, let's get down to the real deal. I'm getting ready to head back for town, Billy, so I wanted to check with you guys before I left." He waited to see if Billy had anything to say, then continued. "You're welcome to stay out here as long as you like. I'll check back with you by phone about that thing we were talking about." He hesitated, then added, "I was thinking the first of the month will be about the best time, Billy. It seems as if they'd have more bread around then. Do you agree?" "Yeah, man. It seems as if that would be the coolest time to me," Billy answered, without too much interest. Kenyatta's eyelids went up. "Hey, my man, what's this shit? You sound as if you don't dig it now. Have you had a change of mind or something?" "Nah, nothing like that, Kenyatta. I just don't have my mind on it right now, that's all," Billy said, and smiled. "Don't worry, brother. I just had such a wonderful time out here at your place, man, by worrying about that other shit back in the city." He hesitated and added, "I can easily see why some of the brothers come out here and don't want to go back. It's too easy to relax out here, away from all the hustle and bustle that goes on back there. Yeah, man, you can really relax out here." Kenyatta laughed loudly. "Shit, Billy, everything gets tiresome, man. Give you a couple of weeks here, and you'll be begging to get back to the city." "Maybe you just might be right, but I don't really think so," Billy answered him, slowly, taking his time and thinking the matter over. "But anyway, I've got to take care of that little matter you were talking about. You say the first. Okay then. Fix it up for that day." "Beautiful," Kenyatta replied. "I'll handle it. You guys gonna lay out here until then or what?" "Maybe. Just maybe. I hadn't given it any thought, Ken, but after talking to Jackie, I'll know. Anyway it goes, we have our own car, so it won't be no problem for us to get back to the city." Joy spoke up suddenly.
"I've got to go into the city sometime this week, honey, and see my little boy."
Kenyatta smiled down at the couple. "Well, it looks like you're going to be coming in sooner than you realized after all, huh?" He laughed abruptly. "Kenyatta," Billy said good-naturedly, "I don't know what I'm going to do. I just woke up and here you were, so I'm not sure of anything. Give me time, man. At least time to wake up good. Who knows, Jackie might even want to go back today." "Okay then," Kenyatta said. "Just be sure to get in touch with me, that's all. I want to be able to reach you if something should come up, so just keep in touch." He stopped at the doorway. "By the way, Billy, I just want you to know, man, that Ali's in charge out here. So if you should have any problems or questions about something, just run him down, and he'll be able to put your boots on for you. Oh yeah, if by chance you should want to get in touch with me, as long as it's important, he'll also know where I can be reached other than at the club." Billy sat up in the bed. "Hey, Kenyatta, I've been meaning to ask, man, how can I find you if you ain't at the club? You want to give me some other address or phone number or something?" Kenyatta grinned. "Not yet, baby. Not yet," he said, and went out the door. The couple in the bed could hear him joking with Jackie, then silence. They didn't waste any more time. They both turned at the same time, so that Joy was quickly held in the firm grip. Her arms went around his neck, embracing him tightly. Chapter 12. In the late afternoon, as Kenyatta and some of his group drove swiftly back towards town, Detective Benson and his partner sat in their office pondering the latest killing to be dropped on their laps. The other detectives in homicide had just walked out from a briefing where the chief of police had read the riot act to them. Either make some arrests on some of the latest murders or get ready to see certain changes made in the personnel. Some changes would be made, and none of them wanted to be the officers shifted around. It would look bad on the record, plus it would be a cut in pay. It seemed to me that bastard was looking right at me, Ryan said for the 10th time. I know. I had the same feeling, Benson admitted. It seems as if somebody is going to catch hell if something doesn't break around here. I had hoped that by now, Ben, some kind of break would have come our way, but there's been nothing. It's as if nobody knows a thing about this. And I'm sure as hell that the same people are responsible for all these murders. Benson stared moodily at the ceiling. I'd have thought that after talking to what seemed like every damn junkie in the city, we would have turned up something. But no, not one damn break. Yeah, I know what you mean. We must have talked to over 100 of the bastards, yet none of them could give us the information we really needed, Ryan stated, going over in his mind the long hours they had put in talking with various drug addicts. We can feel proud of the fact that we've helped Narco bust at least 10 different pushers, Benson stated. Them guys in Narco have got it made, man. Just kick in a few doors down and they got all that they need to make their bosses happy. The sudden ringing of the phone made both men alert. Don't be in too much of a hurry, man. It might be another killing, Benson said. Yeah, I remember you. James Brown. I've been wondering when you'd call. I've been giving you a lot of thought, thinking you shit us to get out that day, Ryan stated, leaning back in his chair. You're right around the corner, huh? Well, come on up. One of us will be waiting downstairs for you, Brown, so hurry up. Ryan hung the phone up and smiled over to his partner. And as for you, Detective Benson, he said, grinning at his partner, I don't ever want to hear you call these guys human riffraff anymore. Come on, I'll explain it to you on the way downstairs. I think our break has come. Ryan almost ran towards the elevator. Our boy Brown just might have something for us. He thinks he can pick out the mugshots of the men who put the finishing touches on our pusher man, Little David. Yes, sirree. He says he's sure of it. If the boys are in the mug books, we got our break. Did he see them do it? Benson asked as the elevator arrived. No, I don't think he's an eyewitness, or else he doesn't want to get that involved in it. But he says we should appreciate what he's got for us. Before Benson could say anything, he continued, appreciate it enough to give him $20. Aw, shit, Benson cried, not concealing the disappointment he felt. Before he could complain, Ryan leaped down his throat. Just what in the hell are you thinking about, Ben? Here you are crying about the only f***ing break we've had. Damn it, man. I want to break this wide open too. But I don't expect the killers to come walking into our office and confess. Nor do I expect an eyewitness to come walking in. Now, here we've got a guy who says he can help us, and you're disgusted because the guy's not an eyewitness. The elevator stopped on the second floor, and 2 uniformed policemen got on. The 2 men discontinued their conversation at the sight of the 2 detectives. Hey, Ryan, I'm sorry about that. You're 100% right, too. I don't know. It's this f***ing steady flow of murders that's getting me down. Maybe I'm not thinking right. Or maybe I'm thinking too much about the case. How many officers have been knocked off in 6 months? How many arrests with convictions have we come up with? Benson didn't wait for an answer. He continued. But I do know you're right about what you just said. The elevator came to a halt on the ground floor. Ryan put his arm around Benson's shoulder. No, I'm not right. I'm wrong as hell for jumping on you like that, he said as they walked away from the staring officers. I should know better than anyone how a man can hope too much. I know exactly why you feel disappointed. It's because you're such a damn good cop. That's why. Before the men can continue their conversation, the man they were looking for came running up. James Brown glanced around nervously. I don't like to be seen down here. Come on then, Ryan said, and led him back towards the elevator. Brown didn't say another word until they were on their way up in the elevator. Now, what's this crap about you're pretty sure these boys made the hit, even though you didn't see them do it? Ryan inquired as they reached the 3rd floor and got out. It's like this, man, Brown began. These 2 guys were watching little David for the past week. I mean, really laying on the guy's tail. That's the reason why I noticed them. They didn't show up until David did and didn't leave until after he did. At first, I thought they might be cops, you know. But after getting a good look at them, I knew they were hoods. Next, I put them down as a couple of stick-up men who were trying to figure out a way to knock off little David. When I say knock off, I don't mean put him on ice. I just figured they wanted to rip off some of the dope money David was racking up. Benson led them to the rear of a large office. There was a long counter in the front where 2 policewomen worked, but they went past the counter. He opened the door into a small room with nothing but a desk in it. There were 4 hard-backed chairs scattered about. Benson held the door open for the other 2 men to enter. Then he went back out. He returned, carrying 3 large books. I'd figured we'd start with the books that contain all our hold-up men, he stated as he dropped them on the desk. Damn, Ryan, you know these bastards are heavy, right? I don't know how those women handle them. I do, Ryan replied. They don't try to carry 3 of them at the same time. Both men laughed, then fell silent as Brown started turning the pages. I saw quite a few people in that one that I know, he said before opening the second one. He hesitated, then asked, If I find what I'm looking for, you guys are going to kick out the $20, aren't you? The 2 detectives glanced at each other before one of them made a reply. You know, we don't make it a habit of kicking out money. It has to come out of our own pockets, Brown. Brown shrugged and closed the book. His intentions were plain. Man, that's why I asked you about the 20 before I came up. I didn't want any misunderstanding. You wouldn't like to try out the 9th floor lockup, would you? Benson inquired harshly. His temper was at the boiling point. It wouldn't take much to make him slap the man in front of him. Brown shook his head. Nah, man, I don't want to get locked up. But that wouldn't help you bust this case open either. Okay, Brown, find the picture, then we'll see what we can do about your 20, Ryan said, playing the part of the peacemaker. Reluctantly, Brown began to thumb through the mugshots again. He worked his way through the book slowly until he was almost finished with it. Then he saw what he wanted and stopped. Under the pictures were the nicknames Mutt and Jeff. Quickly, Brown glanced at the address. No known address. He quickly memorized all the information he could. This was what he had come for, this very information, not for the funky $20 bill he was trying to milk out of the officers. The cheap bastards, he called them under his breath. Brown was shooting for way more than chump change. He had heard the wire on the streets. The information in front of him was worth far more than a punk $20. Yes, sirree, he told himself. The Kingfisher would pay big stuff for this little bit of shit. He debated whether or not to tell the police anything, then decided it might be best to be honest with them. He might need a favor one day. "These two cats here," he said and pointed his finger at them. "I couldn't forget them two guys no kind of way. This one motherfucker looks as if he ought to be playing basketball with the motherfucking Harlem Globetrotters. Maybe even the Pistons. You know what I mean? This cat's really tall." Ryan glanced down at the pictures. A feeling of exhilaration ran through him. The only lead they had was from a woman who glanced out of a rear window and said she saw a real tall man going through her yard. It made sense. The pieces were beginning to fall into place. That's all Ryan had been waiting for. He had the feeling now that the thing would be busted wide open very soon. Benson began to put the books back together. "I hope you ain't trying to shit us, boy," he said, but he too couldn't hide the excitement in himself. He too felt that it was just a matter of time now. They had the hitmen's names and pictures. Maybe they didn't have an eyewitness, but once they got their hands on these boys, they'd get a confession. One of them will crack. They always did. "Well," Brown began slowly, "you guys gonna keep your word?" he asked, hinting about his $20. Ryan could see his partner's lips turn down in a sneer, and he knew that Benson was about to say something that they might regret later on. The informer had come through for them, so he might come through again in the future. It was well worth the price of $20 to get a line on the hitmen. "It's worth it, Benson," he said quickly. "Brown here really earned his pay. Let's split it up. Who knows? He might come up with something else one day that we might be able to use." Benson didn't like the idea of paying out any money, but, as Ryan said, it was sure well worth it. "Okay, give it to him. I'll give you my share as soon as we go out. I got to get some change for a 20. "I don't know if I got that much on me, Ben, so why don't you give him your 20, and I'll straighten with you, okay?" Gritting his teeth, Benson set the books back down. He fumbled around to get his wallet out, then removed a $20 bill. "That was my fucking lunch money for the rest of the week, Ryan. I hate to see that bastard take it and shoot it up. I know Sally will give you a few more dollars if you should get uptight," Ryan said, referring to Benson's wife. "Yeah," Benson replied, but he wasn't smiling. He didn't like the idea of paying informers. He tossed the $20 bill down on top of the desk. "Don't have an overdose with it, Brown," he stated coldly. As he gathered up the large mug containers, Ryan watched his partner. The hunched-over shoulders and the firmly tightened jaw muscles revealed the man's feelings more than any words could. Ryan decided to get rid of Brown as soon as possible. "What's wrong with him?" Brown asked as he was led from the room. "You wouldn't think that I just gave him the information that might get him a promotion, would you?" Brown was just paying lip service now. What he wanted most was to get as far away from the police station as he could. He would make his phone call from the nearest booth, then have Kingfisher's men meet him somewhere. He wished there was some way he'd get to meet the Kingfisher in person. That would really be something. He would be set for life then. Any time you worked for a man as big as the Kingfisher, you had to handle big cash. How? The thought kept flashing through his mind. If only he could set up an appointment, he felt sure he could sell himself to the man. "Okay, Brown, now you keep in touch, you hear?" Ryan said as they reached the elevator. "Don't worry about me, man. Just check your partner out. I hate to work for people that doesn't appreciate what I'm doing. I could get killed for this shit, whether or not you fucking guys realize it. I mean, your buddy has his fucking mouth pushed out over $20 fucking dollars. Yet, I put my life on Front Street to help you guys out. I ain't getting no credit for this shit. I'm just doing you a favor, you know what I mean?" Damn, Ryan said to himself, stepping back so that he wouldn't have the man talking directly in his face. Brown's breath stank like yesterday's turds. Another good smell of it, and he'd feel like letting up his lunch. When the elevator came, Ryan changed his mind about riding downstairs with the man. Okay, Brown, I'll let you go from here. You know your way out, don't you? Now next time, do it just like you did today. Don't worry about the money. If you have something nice we can use, I'll find the cash somewhere. Ryan held the door open and then stepped back before Brown could talk directly in his face. James Brown only nodded his head in agreement. Yeah, man, I'll just do that, he said, but his thoughts were completely different. It would be a cold day in hell before you bastards get some more information out of me, he reflected. If I hadn't needed to see that mug book, you motherfuckers wouldn't have gotten that info. He watched the door close, keeping the fake smile on his face until it was completely closed. Then he spit against the door. You bastards! He cursed loudly, since he was the only one in the elevator. As soon as it reached the ground, he rushed towards the nearest phone booth. How, oh how, he wished he could have gotten his hands on a snapshot of those two guys. Briefly, he wondered how he could go about getting one of the pictures. He knew the men were ex-cons. There had to be other pictures of the men around. His mind raced, trying to figure out how it could be done. If he went back upstairs after the detectives left, could he possibly con one of the other policewomen into letting him glance back through the books? Nah, the bitches wouldn't go for that. After all, they were police too, even though the had. Both of the phone booths were in use. He waited for a minute, then decided to find a booth outside. Brown almost ran out the door. He spotted one across the street, then almost got a ticket for jaywalking. He searched in his pockets frantically for the number. Kingfisher's men had been up on the corner, passing out the number, telling everyone that the reward would be paid instantly. Finally, Brown found what he was looking for. Then he had trouble finding a dime. For a second, he thought he might have to go back across the street and get change for the $20 bill. He finally found a dime, dropped the coin in the box, and dialed the number. Just as quickly, he got a busy tone. He tried it again, and on the second try, got through. Hey, man, this is Brown. Brown off of John R. Street. Yeah, well, I'm calling about that reward Kingfisher is offering. Yeah, man, I'd like to see the Kingfisher. Yeah, brother, I guess you would like to see the Kingfisher. The man's voice came back over the phone. You and half the city. Now tell me, man, what have you got? Hey, baby, Brown cried. It don't go like that. I'm calling about the reward money, man. So take this off. Whoever you got to get in touch with, ask them how much they will pay for the names of the two men that made the hit. The man on the other end of the line got serious. Sam had leaned on him and the rest of the boys. They wanted this shit cleared up, and this might be the break they were looking for. Listen, Brown, give me that number and I'll get right back to you. Okay, brother. 366-8247. But listen, my man, find out how much they're paying for the names, you hear? I can't give you the guys' addresses, but I sure can tell you where they hang out at. Okay, Brown, just hold on, man. The line went dead in his ear, and in 3 minutes, the phone rang. Brown here, he said into the receiver. Listen, Brown, I'm going to send a car to pick you up. Where you at? Brown hesitated for a minute. How do you expect to pick up your money, man, if we don't do business with each other in person? The voice asked. Okay, my man, Brown answered quickly. How about picking me up on the corner of Brush and Verner Highway? How long would it take? We're leaving now, man. We'll be in the black Cadillac, so when you see it cruise up, you'll know it's us. Oh yeah, Brown, don't let this be no bullshit. 'cause we ain't got no f***ing time for games. Don't worry about it. The phone went dead in Brown's ear. He hung it up and started walking. He figured that by the time he got there, they should be pulling up. He was right. He hadn't been on the corner 5 minutes when a black Cadillac came up and stopped. Brown glanced at the two men sitting in the car as he walked up. Well, he told himself, here goes everything or nothing. They shouldn't do anything to me, he reasoned, since I got the information they want. Maybe I'll really get a chance to see the Kingfisher after all. As he neared the car, the door opened. The man on the passenger side got out and got him back. You Brown? The man asked as he came up. He could only nod his head in agreement. Get in. It was more like an order than anything else. The car pulled away from the curb before he could get the door closed tight. What's the guy's names? The question came harshly. How much cash is involved, man? Brown countered. I done told you once, Brown, that we don't play f***ing games. Now, who were the motherfuckers who knocked off David? The feel of cold blue steel against his neck started Brown to sweating. Brown, we're not f***ing joking with you, man. We want those motherfucking names. The gun pressed against his neck scared him, but the thought of the large reward being taken from him gave him courage. Hey man, I heard the Kingfisher was a for real dude. The word is out that he's paying a reward for this information, man, and I want my share of it. Now, if you guys are trying to shake me down, I'm sorry. Killing me ain't gonna get the information for you. Brown couldn't have told himself where he got the nerve from, but it was there. I want to see some green, man. Real paper. You dig where I'm coming from? The cats I'm about to tell on would bury my if they knew I was there, man. Tim was just a leg man. Sam had told him to try to shake the information out of the man, but to not blow it. Sam was on his way over to meet them so that he could handle it himself. He had the cash with him. The driver, Big John, did not say anything. Brown glanced out of the window. He was surprised to see them crossing the Belle Isle Bridge. They continued on around the island until Big John parked near the beach. As soon as they arrived, another Cadillac pulled in behind them. A big man wearing an expensive suit got out of the passenger side and walked down toward a park table near the water. Tom motioned for Brown to get out and walk. Then he came out behind Brown. He led the way over to the tall, brown-skinned man. Hi, Sam. This here's Brown. He says he's got the info we want. Sam spread his hanky and sat on the edge of the table. You wouldn't really be trying to run no game on us, would you, boy? He asked harshly as he studied Brown. You use, don't you? The question took Brown by surprise. Yeah, man, but I ain't sick and I ain't broke. I got enough for a fix, man, so this ain't no game. Let's see your bread, Sam ordered. Brown removed the $20 bill, plus 7 more that he already had. He thanked his lucky stars that he had shaken the police down for those $20. It ain't much, Sam stated as he examined Brown closely. I don't know, boy. You just might be silly enough to try a shakedown. No way, man. My ma ain't had no fools. Can't you see, brother? I ain't no kid. Man, I've been around a long time, so I must have some kind of brain, Brown managed to say. What's the name of these punks that made the hit? Sam asked sharply. There were tears of desperation in Brown's eyes, but he shook his head. Man, the wire said the big man was paying a reward. Now, I don't have to get all of it, but I ain't giving up what I know for nothing, you know what I mean? I just ain't gonna do it. Them cats will fucking kill me if they know I was here, so I want to see some kind of bread. Sam examined him closely. He was pretty good at reading human nature, but he also knew a junkie could lie to Jesus and get away with it. How do I know these guys you're talking about did it? Sam asked, then added, how the f*** do you know if they really did it unless you was up on the hit? Brown choked back a lump in his throat, then said, I'm going to tell you what I know, then see if you believe the names are worth anything. Then he ran it down how he had watched him following David for the past week. When he finished, he told everything except the names. And you say you know these motherfuckers' names, huh? For the first time, Brown told a lie. I was in a joint with them. They don't know me, but I sure know them. There's one guy I played on the prison basketball team, Brown said easily. Sam shook his head. It sounded like these were his people, all right. He believed that he would have been able to see through the lies if Brown hadn't been telling the truth. Yet he didn't know where they lived, which made sense too. Hitmen wouldn't run around telling people how to get in touch with them, but Brown knew what neighborhood they hung out in. All young blacks have to have somewhere to hang out and brag. Tell me something, Brown. Do you think your information is worth $5,000? Sam asked. Brown shook his head. It might not be worth that kind of money, but it's worth something, mister. Sam pulled out his roll and peeled off 2 $100 bills. How about that? He inquired in that cold voice of his. That should just about pay for the neighborhood they hang out in, Brown replied, seeing the huge roll and realizing that it was up to him to talk his way into as much money as he could get. I not only know the 2 men's names, I also know their nicknames, Brown stated, wetting his lips. They had become so dry that he found it hard to talk. So I'll ask you in all honesty, don't you think that's worth more than what you're offering me? Sam looked at the man and laughed. If you weren't a height, Brown, I could have used you. Now, give me some information that I can use. He wasn't asking anymore. Brown didn't bother reaching for the money. I'm gonna put all my cards on the table with you, man, and hope you'll give me a fair shake. I don't know how much it's worth to you. Only you can be the judge of that. How much it's worth to me, Sam thought to himself. It's worth my home, my car, my wife, my very life. That's what it's worth. But he never showed it as he talked. Kingfisher wanted the men who had done this, and if he didn't get them, he was going to replace a lot of people, starting with Sam. Sam made a gesture with his hand. Let's hear it, Brown. I ain't gonna try and f*** you out of no money. If I think your information is good, I'll pay you accordingly. Okay, Brown said. The short one's name is Billy Good, and the tall one is Jackie Walker, I think. But anyway, they're called Mutt and Jeff, 'cause one's so tall while the other one is so short. They hang out on the north end. Sam stood up so quickly that he took Brown by surprise. Get on the phone, he said to one of his men, and call Benny's barbershop. Ask him for the lowdown on a couple of punks called Mutt and Jeff. Then ask him what their names are. The man hurried over to the car Sam had got out of and started talking on the phone. He was back in a few minutes smiling. The 2 studs are supposed to be pretty good stick-up men, and there are a few wires out on them as hitmen, even though their business is generally kept quiet. Dangerous is the word, Benny said. What about their names? Sam asked, snapping his fingers. Did you forget to ask? Nah, I got 'em, Sam. Let me think a second. Oh yeah, Billy and Jackie. He didn't know their last names, but those are sure the first ones. Sam smiled broadly, but the smile didn't reach his eyes. He was sure they had their men. It was just a matter of time now. Go back and tell Benny to get a line on where the 2 of them stay, he ordered, and waited until the man left. I guess you did earn a little more than $200, Brown, he said, and began counting. When he reached 500, he stopped. Brown couldn't believe his luck. At first, it had just been an idea, but it had paid off. 500. He had never expected the $5,000. The 500 was like $5,000. But as he watched, Sam peeled off some more bills. He put 10 $100 bills in Brown's hand. How's that, Brown? Does that make you happy? Brown could only shake his head. Happy wasn't the word. He didn't know how to thank Sam. Sam just waved him down, not wanting to hear it. "That's all right, brother," Sam said as he got up from the table. "I am very thankful for the information you just gave us. If you want, my boys will drop you off at the nearest bus stop. And don't shoot too much dope at once, Brown. You might not live to enjoy your good luck." His laughter rang out loud and clear as he headed for his Cadillac. Chapter 13. Billy and Jackie ended up staying out at the farm until the day before the robbery. Then they decided to come back to the city. Billy had made one trip in earlier that week to take Joy over to her mother's house, where he had met her parents and played with her young child. The little boy was only 4 years old, but he had taken to the big man right off. The people on the farm who weren't working that day gathered in the driveway and waved goodbye to the group as they left. Billy was taking Joy back to his place. They had decided to try living together. After the holdup, Billy planned on taking a trip to New York. They had an uneventful trip back to the city. "In a way, I hate to come back here," Billy stated as he pulled up and parked in front of their apartment. "Yeah, I know what you mean," Jackie replied as he waited impatiently for Joy to get out. His long legs were cramped from the small space in the rear of the car. "After this, Billy, we're going to have to start renting larger cars." Having never been over to the apartment, Joy didn't know which way to go, so she just stood on the sidewalk and waited for Billy to come around the car. She noticed the 3 black men get out of the parked car and start towards them, but she didn't really pay any attention to them until they were on top of the small crowd gathering on the sidewalk. Her first warning came when she heard Jackie call out, "Look out, Billy! They got guts!" At the sound of his yell, she glanced up in time to see what looked like a short stick come from under one of the men's suit coats. Then the street lit up with noise. Billy brought a pistol from under his coat, but it was too late. He let out a cry of pain when he saw Joy fall to the sidewalk, blood running from a large hole in her neck. She never even managed to scream. Then he was lifted off his feet and hurled backwards. He heard Jackie scream, "The bastard's using a sawed-off shotgun!" From his knees, Billy tried to raise the pistol in his hand, but another blow struck him, spinning him around. The sidewalk came up and met him, even as Jackie started to crumble. He had been a little more lucky. He managed to get off 2 shots before the shotgun blew the life out of him. Carol screamed and started to run. A blow in her back knocked her off her feet. She crawled a few more feet on the sidewalk, leaving a bloody trail until another well-placed bullet took her out of her misery. She fell over on the sidewalk, face down. The people glancing out of their windows saw a rare sight even for a ghetto. 2 black men and 2 black women dead on the sidewalk. Even as they watched, a black Cadillac with 3 men in it all the way from the curb. Their job had been well done. The big man could sleep nights again. Maybe.